11th, 2024. There are two items on the agenda. The first of these is discussion regarding the Griffin Visioning Master Plan. I guess that's you guys.
I think so.
Talk to us about
So are
Griffin,
we,
please.
Jen, you want to start?
I can kick you off here real quick.
Okay.
So we wanted to bring RDG in after City Manager Pyle brought forward the ULI study to council a month ago. And there was a lot of discussion about some ideas moving forward and everything. So we wanted RDG to come in and really give us the opportunity to have the consultants get the input from you and see which direction we might want to move forward with the master planning for Griffin.
So is Amy going to lead the discussion, or
No, Marty.
Marty is.
I will do it.
Yes.
I've talked enough the last
Yeah,
few days.
yeah, no. I gave her a chance to talk, but she didn't want to. So anyway, I'm Marty Sukert from RDG. This is Amy Hazy from RDG. We've met many of you in the last couple of days and are really pleased to be here today to listen to your thoughts and ideas about the Griffin site. Just by word of introduction, we think that this site is really an enormous opportunity. The biggest single piece of property in the city that is surrounded by development, a site that is in a lot of ways strategically located in terms of parks, open space, a site that has a lot of history to it, including a wonderful chapel. I was told some people were wearing Save the Chapel. Don't worry about it. We agree. And these are possibilities and opportunities that just don't really occur very much in the course of a comprehensive plan or in the course of thinking about the future of a city. So our objective here is to talk, to listen to you, to hear about your thoughts and ideas about what might happen on the Griffin site. If the discussion leads in that direction, we have some examples of various things to show you that are just projects that we have collected that have some similarities to it. But that's really not the priority. The priority is for us to hear from you. So with that, I don't want to talk too much other than maybe respond and lead the discussion. So let's go from here.
Well, let me start your answer before you start on it. The things that we're pledged to do, in my opinion, is save Sutton Wilderness. That has to stay a wilderness and has to stay in a place that we're doing it. We have to look at the ball fields that are there, and we have money in the ball fields, and so we have to protect that. That's the section north of the corridor that you're looking at. There was something else in there. There are several reasons that we have to make sure that the now used city property is still done. When we come down to the bottom part of it, there are all kinds of wonderful ideas, and some of those will come up tonight. We're also talking about another TIF use. We never have defined the boundaries on that, but wasn't it Porter to 24th or 48th? Where do you want to go? And Robinson down. So we got a big project area. So that because there's also 12th and Alameda and 12th and Lindsay need help. We've got to do stuff on that side, and there are a bunch of good ideas as to what's happened. But anyway, Councilmember Graham, I butted in on you.
Just to respond first, yes, we think that Sutton Wilderness is inviolable. It's an incredibly beautiful spot. The recreation fields are a huge asset. One thing we do think is possible is being able to thread a central trail that connects all of these things together that the Griffin site, the hospital site itself can be a really significant part of. And we think the chapel is very significant building that really can be the centerpiece for development there. So as far as all those things go, we are perfectly in tune. The rest of it, let's talk.
Okay.
Just to build on what Mayor Heikla said, on the use of TIF on this property, we also did have a flight to Washington, D.C. to lobby for economic development incentives through the Community Development Block Grant, some of that with an emphasis on workforce housing. Also, with the chapel, we were given from Norman Arts Council a visioning document that imagined artist residencies, studio space for printmaking, clay, film studio space for editing films, space to screen them and do film festivals. We had talked about also having the intensity like along the commercial, or I would think of it as a commercial corridor because like Walmart's on the other side on 12th,
Yeah.
south of Robinson. But as you move towards the neighborhoods, it might be more advantageous to do like pocket neighborhoods, so you're blending into First Courthouse and original town site. And then we had talked about a hotel because Cleveland County let us know that they're redoing the fairgrounds and they expect certain types of events to pick up in popularity. Mm-hmm. And we realized with the Griffin soccer fields and the county fairgrounds, but then think about downtown, like the opportunity to have a hotel that serves that area. I think just based on what I know of like hotel room space now, we're kind of all booked out. So, and I think a hotel also would help with the pressures on our affordable housing stock being used for Airbnbs.
Yeah.
And I also was going to say, building on that TIF district master plan that the mayor was alluding to, East Downtown would be in that area that we think would be somehow connected to Griffin because we see a corridor along Main Street. But also Robinson and Porter has potential, and also the Norman Regional is kind of moving services out of there. So some of that
Right.
wasn't taxable before.
Right.
So that's kind of a rough overview.
Yeah. I think those are great ideas. I was interested in the mayor's comments about 12th and Alameda and 12th and Lindsay because we see those as being, in a lot of ways, part of a Griffin development.
I agree.
That those are, that think, if we think about those as we are in the land use plan as mixed use nodes that are not really efficiently used right now, but also have good neighborhoods around them, that we start to think about 12th as a string, as a unified corridor. So there's got to be a lot more to thinking about the Griffin side in terms of connectivity than just saying, well, we've got 160 acres here. Let's see what we can stick on it. That's why one of the reasons why it's such an exciting site to look at.
Well, it's an exciting site because the first house I bought in Norman was 1631 Surrey Drive, which is just down the next section and a half quarter over. And it was a good little house that we bought to raise a family in. And that neighborhood has not been able to sustain itself economically.
Yeah.
And we moved from it, so
Yeah.
anyway. Councilman Pico.
No, I'm glad you brought up that point about connectivity, because if you actually look at the Main Street axis, it ties into that roundabout right there, just in the southwest corner of the Griffin property. And so we've got a really great opportunity to do a Main Street loop that comes up into this district and actually circles back around, feeds through Gray, and just is this active 24/7 loop that just, whether it's a bus or a streetcar, light rail, I'm not sure what it is, but some sort of circulator that really ties this property to the core area When you've got the RTA down there at Main Street and the train tracks, people are going to be
Yeah.
riding the train down here, getting off at that stop, and how do you circulate them within a district without them requiring to get in a car? So I think that's
Yeah.
key right
Yeah,
there.
it's really interesting when you look at that sequence from Sutton Wilderness down and then south, whatever direction, southwest, that into the into downtown. It's the just the basic connectivity and the kind of links that makes are really quite exciting, and seeing the vicinity photo really shows you that.
I agree.
I thought one thing that was interesting, we've read the ULI report, is that diagonal form is very strong, particularly related to Main Street.
Right.
But I don't know that we should get quite so hung up on it as we get farther to the east. So,
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, the edges are the edges, and then,
yeah,
so-
we can, a lot of times you can get to be a slave to a certain sort of grid or a certain sort of geometry, and you try to force things into it. Yeah. Other- Please.
Yeah.
He was next.
Was he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, my grandpa worked there for 42 years, and my grandmother worked there until she died before I was born. And my dad worked there when I was a kid. So, long time connection to that property. And when it was in its full swing, I guess, almost every household in Norman, you could guess that one of the people there either worked at OU or worked at Griffin. They were the two big employers. And so I've definitely viewed this as an opportunity for an entirely new neighborhood that doesn't exist. An opportunity to help address the issues we have with a housing stock and connectivity between the park system and all the businesses and neighborhoods that are surrounding the area. I think preserving and reusing as many of the existing buildings as possible, like the Edsel Ford House and the main building, which
The Hope Building.
when you're driving down Main Street, you can see it, and then Hope Hall, which is the big one on the side there, and then of course the cathedral or chapel are the main ones. Trying to find ways to preserve, restore. Hope Hall would make a great apartments, probably one room apartments, right?
Complete with doors.
Yeah, and then being able to, I agree, not having to be beholden to the grid, but you have Hubert, Frank, Rich, and Oliver, and Hayes Street and Mosier, all run east to west and stop at Carter, and I would view as just continuing that on through that area. You could have the Main Street portion that's at a different angle, and they meet somewhere. So it's
Yeah.
not all just
It's
a
not.
square grid. It's
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
things like that to it. So it's it'd be neat to walk around in. But that's kind of how I view it: is making the best, highest use of the property, given its location when it comes to housing and mixed use. I wouldn't want to see just a single-story strip mall on the corner there with a parking lot in front of it. I'd rather see a multiple-story building with commercial on the bottom and parking behind it.
Multiple-story strip mall.
But yeah,
No.
yeah. So, but yeah, trying to play off. And then last month, I went to a presentation at the Mr. Hinkle was there too. It was hosted by Assistant Professor Diana Denham, Denham, and she's Assistant Professor, Department of Geography and Environmental Sustainability. And her class spent a lot of time putting together a proposal. They call it the Commons at Prairie's Edge, but they just presented some ideas that they came up with for how the property could be repurposed and stuff like that. And it included a lot of different trails, park, green space. And so that was a real interesting thing too. They've included pictures of the cathedral, of what it looks like now and what it could look like on the inside if it was fixed up. So, there's definitely a lot of interest. They were really focusing on enhancing the existing sidewalk system that's on the property, fixing them up, of course, but trying to kind of take advantage of how it's laid out currently and then expand off of that, as like you were saying, as you go further north or east or whatnot. But that's kind of what I'm looking for personally, is a new neighborhood that's an extension of the existing areas around it. I would expect the architecture to complement the area and as best as possible, that type of thing. Understanding that it's next to the original town site neighborhood and the original, or the first courthouse neighborhood and the original town site. So keeping those types of things in mind. And then really, their thing too was like really trying to make sure that visitors to this new neighborhood understand the history of the property and what was there for so long before it. So
Right. Yeah, I have spent a fair amount of time over the last few months either walking or biking through the site. One area that I think is really quite lovely is the creek crossing. That's just a really, you're sort of away from everything else, and it just sort of feels very, very private, even though you're at a principal intersection.
and it's where Bishop Creek starts.
Correct.
And so what happens on this property has a impact on everything downstream from it too. So
Right.
I think that's a big
Yeah.
consideration. And the ULI study, its focus on enhancing that stream and building around it and having, making that an amenity for people too, I think was a really good part of that
Yeah,
plan.
it's an
So-
interesting thought, yeah.
There's two gray areas that sit up there in the top quarter, and it looks like a concrete masonry unit kind of a pattern. And I believe those are special housing for
Yes.
special folk.
Oh, yes, right.
Mackenzie Gardens.
And that really needs to stay. if
Those
it
need
can.
to stay, right.
It's really important for those people that live there, and it's a community service. It's just sticking out in the middle of the pasture.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have lots of similar thoughts to the previous council members. I really wanted to talk a lot about kind of the green space and connectivity of talking about trails, talking about park, civic space, thinking about, the historic aspect of this parcel, right? It being a mental hospital for, over 100 years, and having like some way to pay homage to that. I know that in its kind of, when it was in full swing, the community was very self-sustaining. So like community gardens or things that the community can participate in terms of, food cultivation or, potentially, and maybe not putting animals here, but I know that they were doing that on the site. It was very kind of cohabitative and all of those kinds of things. So like some way to bring those in, and some of that could be through public art or in the community spaces, kind of being a collector for the community in some ways. And then, talking about walkability on the site, like I think that's going to be really important. We talk a lot about our community not being as walkable as we would like it to be, and so here we have a site where we can really plan that in from the ground up in a lot of ways. Stormwater was on my list, really thinking about the creek system, and that could also build into the parks and just outdoor green, space. I mean, we have it with Sutton, but there could be some, like you said, connector that is, a trail system. And I think obviously the site is mixed use, right? So thinking about what does the commercial look like? Does it, is it just hopefully not strip malls and big box stores, but like how do we build in community spaces and I guess incentivize local business, small business, even if there's like, Councilmember Grant was talking about, artist residencies, but what about some kind of like incubator space for that we have downtown, but also having it on this site for small businesses to start up, whether and kind of what uses that might look like. So like how does that build the community within that space?
One interesting thing about commercial, that's an anecdote that I'll just relate to you. We're doing a project right now that in Overland Park, Kansas, and and we've done 3 projects now, or will be doing 3 projects in this immediate area to take an area that's highly auto-oriented. There's a convention center there and a lot of hotels, but the distances are enormous. And our job, kind of consistent thread throughout all these projects, has been to make this area somehow more walkable. But in the process, we visited last week a new downtown in Lenexa, Kansas, which is a suburb of Kansas City. And it had a master developer. It's about 70-acre site. And the developer was telling us that they started out with a commercial plan for like 400,000 square feet of retail, and have, in the process of doing that, scaled it back to 60. And that was actually a brilliant decision, because we in Omaha have a developer who is refusing to back off of over-optimistic projections for commercial. And one site is fully developed as a new downtown, mixed-use downtown. The other one is still a dust bowl. That is ours, it's still a dust bowl. So it's the point being here, it's very important, particularly in terms of commercial use, to be very careful about the scale of it. It's almost never as much as we think it might be.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that it makes sense to be in a neighborhood too, right?
Yeah.
A neighborhood adjacent. So thinking about, I guess the grocery store is on 12th, but a smaller market or something that's a little bit more local. What are things that people could just walk down the street and get? I'm thinking bookstores. I'm thinking, things that people would want to walk to that enhance their everyday life. Not, just thinking about, or, some restaurants. But I agree, it's not, let's make the whole of Robinson, a commercial corridor right there. No, what makes sense for the neighborhood? These are neighborhood commercial uses.
Yeah, neighborhood scale. What, we can't help but think that residential is a significant component here. And many of you have used the word neighborhood, which is very much our thinking too. What kind of housing do you think makes sense here?
Dense.
Lower end. I don't think there's anything such as an affordable house anymore. They're hard, we looked at some ideas this afternoon to be able to modularize the building of houses and make them cheaper, but still you're not getting down to a very good site. I think one of the things that would help that was also having some kind of way of being able to walk to work, walk to where you want to do this skill that you have, and be able to afford the houses that were in there. So I'd say you're the one that has the plan for most of that.
You meant the old ULI study?
Yeah.
I can show that if you don't have a copy.
Oh, of the ULI plan?
Yeah,
Oh, no,
we got
we've
it.
got it up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it's cool.
Yeah, please.
My answer to that would be mixed income with some availability for Section 8, of course, but workforce. You could even think about this community having childcare workers who are supporting the people who are working in some of these commercial opportunities or hotel, whatever happens there. I was gonna say along the corner for 12th and Robinson and 12th and Main and along Robinson, I was thinking of going up. That's why I made the comment of pocket neighborhoods towards the neighborhoods. I would like to see,
Scaling it down toward the neighborhood.
yes, I would like to see it go up, because I don't think you'll have a bunch of protests from anybody, because there's no one around to say, hey, you're looking into my house. So I think it would make a lot of sense to go up on the corner and along some of these sides. I would also say, I don't know how easy it is to get a hold of this information, but you might want to get an inventory of the health services that will be staying on Griffin.
Yeah.
And also, I love the idea of connectivity and accessibility. Currently, Hub 107 is a day resource center that operates on north of Maine on this property, and they'll be looking for a permanent place. They do low income and unhoused folks, so it would be nice to think in the future, if we're really about making peaceful green corridors, if you will, to healthcare services. That would be great. Somebody's going on their way to their appointment and it's a very forest bathing experience. The other part about having gardens, again, going back to pocket neighborhoods, that's generally a feature that people share, that green space and the maintenance of it. And I'm seeing that come along also in original town site where the neighbors are going to put a pollinator garden in McGeorge and they're all committing to the maintenance of it. So I definitely think that is something that could work into this. And then also that stormwater park, as Councilmember Schuler was talking about, is on Carter and Alameda, and that also could be connected into this trail system that develops. And I think that's it for me.
Councilmember Lowe?
I agree with that too. I think maybe along Carter, right as you're adjacent to the existing neighborhood, it's maybe not 5-story buildings. And I'm not a fan of height limits, but it might be appropriate right there. And then as it goes in, steps up. And to me, yeah, along Robinson, along 12th, I mean, it could be as dense as whatever the market demands is for it, I think. And so, and having a mix of housing, missing middle type housing, I think and then 1-bedroom type stuff, loft efficiencies, I think is what we'd probably be looking for there too. But finding a way to where it, complements the neighborhood, so the people on Carter don't feel like there's, a giant building now across from them, but have it step up and as it goes further.
One of the most interesting projects that I've seen is the development that's taken place along the Beltline in Atlanta. And it's especially interesting because, relevant to what you were just talking about, it is adjacent to a very well-organized historic neighborhood. And that neighborhood was well known for opposing things many times to its benefit. Like it was able to get what would have been a disastrous freeway instead changed to a boulevard and turned something that would have been a liability into an asset. But what the developer of that project did is built single-family houses opposite the historic district adjacent to it, and then built the density up toward the Beltline itself, which is if you don't know it, is a major trail that will eventually be light rail, and it was started out as a dissertation project by a Georgia Tech student to connect different fragments of freight distributor railroad lines together into a loop around the city. And it's really a pretty amazing thing. And so the density is built up toward the interior rather than to the exterior of the neighborhood. So you can't tell the difference between a house that was built 130 years ago and a house that was built 10 years ago.
It's perfect.
It's perfect. I mean, it's a great example of how you can do that, and you don't have to use a monoculture in urban design of housing to achieve density.
Councilmember Peacock?
Thank you. Yeah, definitely follow that line of thinking. I think building up in the core of the site and, kind of tearing down towards the edges is the right approach. For me, it's not really what kind of housing we're looking for, but how that housing is laid out. And so I prefer to see small lot sizes, minimal setback in the side yards so you can get, houses close together, you can get density, minimal front setbacks so the buildings are close to the yard or close to the road, you get an active sidewalk. Rear setbacks, I think that's negotiable, but I mean, that's how I like, it's more about how it's laid out than really what kind of, or what typology of house we're looking at. Obviously, I'd like to see some height there. The one thing we really have to be careful of is, I hear all the time that Norman only puts low-income stuff on the east side of Norman, and they put all the nice stuff on west side. And so I don't want to drop just a bunch of low-income properties on this side. I want the east side to get an investment like they've always been asking for. And so whether that's Sutton Wilderness, or that's the soccer complex, or this land property, I mean, this is just our opportunity to really make good on that request. And so housing, definitely, green space, definitely. I think you're south of Robinson right there, that border that just borders the soccer complex. I think that's a really great opportunity for hospitality, whether that's restaurants and a hotel or something that, makes that a tourism destination, that soccer complex, which is packed every single weekend. You got people coming in from out of state everywhere, and not making them stay out at I-35,
Yeah,
but making them stay
absolutely.
right across the
Right.
street where they could,
Right.
in between games, go to the restaurant or go back to the hotel room or whatever it is. I think you've got the opportunity to create a really great ecosystem over here it's got every ingredient to it.
Which
So,
also infuses the rest of the east side.
absolutely. I
with
mean, that
the
investment right
potential-
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rest of the corridor down 12th, right, like helps, which is I think why we're talking, sorry, I didn't mean to
No, you're great. Yeah.
bump in, but like talking about the TIF master plan and thinking about 12th and Alameda, 12th and Lindsay, like all of those spaces, how that feeds into
How
how
they
we
all
develop
connect,
this
yeah.
site into kind of the redevelopment or like infusion of excitement in the east side along that corridor.
Yep.
Sorry, that was
It-
No,
I
that's-
think
great
it's
segue.
perfect, the start of it from Main Street down to Alameda Street, that half quarter that's there, I think will end up going to the state, not us. And so that would be the air from Main, which is,
From Maine to Alameda on the
Yeah.
south side,
I think will go to the state instead of us. We may have some input into it. Have anybody else had?
Just a thought. Just a thought. Here's what we do. We rival Oklahoma City skyscraper. We build, we make it big, and we make a statement. Go big or go home.
How many stories is that, 120?
121.
Oh, that one, that one, yeah, not Devon Tower.
No, the new one.
New
New one, yeah.
Yeah.
Twice the height of Devon Tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about it. Councilmember Holman doesn't like height limits, neither do I.
Whatever the market demands.
Well,
I'm just saying.
you can see right where it would be. It would be in that sort of rotated rectangle in the middle of the
Yeah.
site.
You can,
That's the
like,
foundation.
Box seats and watch soccer, like with some binoculars. It's totally, yeah.
Crazy.
The higher the building, the closer to God. It's scripture. It's scripture. It's in the.
Oh, well, that would be interesting.
I'll take your word for it.
Just write it down. I didn't see your pen move when I said that.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, when you were talking about kind of that opportunity there along Robinson to the soccer fields and stuff, and it made me think of another project that we've been working on where they're trying to create this almost like recreation destination. So they have some soccer fields and they have their hotels there, and then they have, they're also looking at the things that are gonna keep people there. So if you know what, like a Smash Park is, which is also like the pickle one is the other one they call it. But yeah, it has the indoor pickleball parks and bags, and you can do all that. So it's kind of like, how do you keep people?
Captive.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, I'm sorry.
So the,
Oh, sorry.
Mayor, the, so
Marty,
you,
hold on.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
One addition, if you can get a hold of the county or however we can facilitate their plans for the fairgrounds, because they're actually knocking down a building. This will be closer to Robinson and Porter. But also all those people coming through and connectivity to that. And I believe between two spaces on the parts they're keeping, they're gonna kind of, I don't know if it's like a taco truck park or whatever, but it's gonna be some kind of outdoor leisure dining area. So
And that's going to be in the around the fairgrounds side.
yeah, that'll be off of Finley and Robinson.
Right.
So
Yeah, so we can track that down.
Yeah, but they do have plans and stuff. I just haven't seen them. I know they exist.
Yeah.
It's basically the old building, which is not the part that faces right next to Robinson, but just, it's up half of that. And it's just an old long barn. And I'll take it down, steel spurlings, nothing fancy. It'll all go down and then become an event center, cooking thing, and
Like an expo center?
expo center, kind of a deal. It's pretty cool. And we don't have to pay for it.
No, that's really good to know. You were saying, so you're thinking, Mayor, is that the property from Maine to Alameda, behind the buildings is probably going to wind up being state?
I'm thinking that's where, going down the deal, it's state property, mental health, there's a school in there.
Central
There's, that little area that's down the bottom of the creek in that funny corner.
Yeah, right.
Is mental health, and then they've got a CVS and stuff like that in there. But it was always kind of imagined that we would take and ring that with commercial property of one sort or another. I don't know. I think it's a quick way to make money, but I don't know that it's the best idea for the world. Those houses that are down on the other side, they're 900 to 1,300 square foot brick houses. I mean, they're sturdy. They were built by a fellow by the name of Harold Liddell. He built a good house. They're ticky-tacky. They're not any architectural grandness to it, but they sure raise a family fine. They're
Yeah.
good houses.
Yeah, they're a pretty precious resource.
To me,
Yeah. Yeah, I know the ULI plan had that Bishop Creek corridor primarily as park.
yeah. Well, they make a beautiful park.
And, yeah,
Can that Bishop Creek, can that also be part of that green corridor with trails along them?
yeah, that's been, yeah, I mean, even if it goes to state use, the connectivity, the trail connectivity can be there. Actually, we've been in this process working with trails and pedestrian and active transportation systems, and and that is a part of that, is to look at Bishop Creek as at least as far as Alameda and even beyond, sometimes by using local streets to get all the way to the south edge of town.
You didn't get to see the project that's gonna have, what's a rowing course called? One of the developers is gonna have a place where you can put rowing boat sculls
Oh,
or whatever
really?
they're called. And then you use it as a pretty cool idea. I've never
Yeah?
seen it.
Yeah, it's not big enough
It's not
for
big
a full
enough?
course. No, a full 2,000 meters, which is what
Oh,
they.
is that what it is?
Yeah, it's over a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's that going to be?
On the west side, right, northwest side. Yeah, Carrington Woods. There's, it's the McCowans are doing the ideal homes. There's like a nice kind of like water area there.
I was
So
trying to
there's
think right here. I was like, where? Griffin property?
No.
And I was like, oh yeah,
We
the
had-
development we approved. That's a good.
So it's not big enough for a full scale course,
Paddle boats.
but well, yeah, and they could do
Paddles.
probably small boats, probably small shells.
But it's that idea that you have, Marty. It's fun, something fun.
Something fun, yeah.
Councilmember Holman?
To the mayor's point about what might be staying is kind of unclear. I think we're pretty sure the county health department's not moving.
No.
And then we've heard that Central OK Community Health is staying. And then, of course, yeah, Walgreens and Chick-fil-A and Del Taco aren't moving. But, and then Food and Shelter and their new Share Center is going to be there. But we've heard, I guess, that the Office of Juvenile Affairs is not going to be there anymore, and that the
What's the one that starts with B?
just had it pulled
Bethesda?
up. The Children's Recovery Center. That might not be staying either, and then the old Leland Wolf School, which is that's what's on the corner of Main and 12th, right there. Not sure about that, and then I know Lamond is looking to build a new site, or new school site. And then and then we talked about McKinsey Gardens, the existing affordable housing duplexes that are there, those staying. Red Rock's planning to move, so I guess identify, and then of course the buildings we talked about that we want to keep there, the
Yeah.
cathedral, all that stuff. So really identifying like what is actually going to stay on the property, probably,
Yeah.
and what isn't, I think would help understand what options we have for what to do with it going forward, or how to lay out something.
What is the status of negotiation with the state? How is that all? We don't know.
Yeah, it's tumultuous.
Everybody's laughing.
The numbers
so-
aren't, we're not on the
It's
same
not,
page.
nothing seems to be forming up. We all have ideas, but nothing seems to be forming up yet. We talk about a bunch of stuff and have for a long time. It's just a matter of figuring out what we want to do. And the state mental health department is also building another hospital up in Oklahoma City. And so that makes this property sale more important. But is it enough to move them off center? We don't know.
Also, I would love to get an update from Catherine, because we did talk to a state appropriations chair about this. This is why we're here, actually, is it not?
Yeah, we did have a meeting with him and the vice chair, thankfully the vice chair as well, because the Senate Appropriations Chair was removed in
Yeah.
some of the drama this spring.
I missed that part.
Yeah, so interesting stuff. We did talk to them. I do understand that they still want to help the state get rid of this land. What we don't know is the timeline for that. I think, we originally believed they were going to be very driven by ARPA timelines because the money for the facility in Oklahoma City is being funded with those funds. I think the state is looking at other ways to meet that need, to give us more time on this property. But I don't know what that timeline looks like, and I don't know, when they'll finally give us some indication they're ready to move.
Councilmember Hope?
Does it still have to be a contiguous sale for Sutton, Griffin, Park, Griffin Hospital site, Main to Alameda, and the 24th and Robinson properties? It all still have to be one?
So my understanding was the ARPA funding was conditioned on the state selling all of their property. Selling it all as one transaction was not part of the ARPA funding, but it was part of our lease for Griffin. So that we cannot be, they essentially have to give us a right of first refusal, even in that case. But in the first 15 years of our lease, they cannot sell Griffin without selling all of the property in one single transaction.
So that's still
It's pretty unlikely.
And their appraisals are different than what we've.
Yeah, very different, and one of the things that the Senate Appropriations Chair talked to us about was the need for maybe a third appraisal. We have ours, they have, the State Department of Mental Health has theirs, maybe we need a third one to kind of figure out a value that gives us something to negotiate from, because our appraisal is very different from their appraisal.
One of the issues too is we don't know what's there. Like, we don't know what's underground.
Yeah,
on this
right.
property, what is left over from whenever. And then if we did have to remove any buildings, we don't know what that might come with either. So.
And their appraisal did include all of the property south of Maine that the state owns. It didn't acknowledge that COCMH would be staying, the health department would be staying, those kind of things.
It did not.
It did not. It included all of those in the appraisal. So.
And their appraisal had Griffin Park and Sutton Wilderness as single-family residential. or
Single family,
developed.
multifamily, and some commercial, I believe.
Had
Very intensely developed.
Which I don't think we ever
Yeah.
planned to allow that to
There's no
happen.
appetite for that.
There's a conservation easement.
It'd have to be
Yeah.
rezoned, so a city council would have to rezone it
Oh, seriously?
and get rid of the, we just spent
Yeah.
$15 million
I
doing the soccer
don't think
fields.
that's too,
I need to move us along so we
Yeah.
can get to item 2. Yeah, Beth will get mad at me, or somebody will get mad at me.
interesting.
All right. There are all kinds of wonderful things. People have been thinking about this for years, and there's all kinds of little ideas. It would be nice to get 80% of those cool ideas working in one place. Problem is, the 80% of the ideas cost a lot of money. Working on that chapel, and I haven't seen the inside, but I've been reported to, and it's in horrible shape and it's full
Could
of
not be in
asbestos.
very good shape,
No.
right.
But that doesn't mean it can't be restored. It's just to what price do the people want to pay for that to happen? I think there would be a great movement in Norman to preserve that chapel, just because it's always, all of our lifetimes it's been there.
I'll tell you, I have seen the Methodist Church in Gary, Indiana, and compared to that, the chapel is in pristine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can get it done.
yeah, yes.
All right. Well,
You're talking about the plans for the
sir, we
Oh, I'm
you know,
sorry.
in a study session, we don't know. You're all right. Excuse me. I've got to shift to our next
Okay.
item, if I may.
Well, this has been very, very helpful.
Well, good.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, it's only about 250 acres worth of stuff.
Yeah.
No, seriously, I think it's, these are all really good ideas and we're really excited to,
As you say, it's one of the few islands that I know of that's developable in the center
Yeah.
of a medium-sized town.
yeah, absolutely.
That's not ruined by,
Yeah,
Industrial.
or something.
Yeah, have some crazy environmental issue, yeah.
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 All right.
All right,
Okay,
great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Pepper.
wait,
Oh, my.
yes, ma'am,
Can I ask a question?
please.
So, do you want them to continue forward with the land use plan and just have this designated land uses? Or do you want an actual separate master plan to come forward from this?
I won't be here, but I would like to see a master plan.
Same.
Yeah.
I would too.
That's what I
So would
wanted to
we.
know. I just
More
wanted to
work.
make sure that that's the direction that you
Yeah.
wanted to go.
It's more work, but I think
Yeah.
we really have to work it out. If we
See it
goof it
later
up,
on.
we goofed up something we shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, thanks very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, and
Oh,
we're excited about it.
The screen, Catherine, the screen.
I don't know what this is.
Screen. Close it.
Is that the right thing to have?
It's an executive session, so.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
I just emailed Jane and the city manager that presentation from the OU students.
Oh, that's
Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Financing Authority meeting of June 11th, 2024. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Ball.
Present.
Councilmember Schuler. Here. Councilmember Montoya.
Here.
Councilmember Grant.
Here.
Councilmember Nash.
Here.
Councilmember Foreman. Here. Councilmember Holman.
Here.
Councilmember Peacock.
Here.
Mayor Heichel.
I am here. Would you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? All right, item 1 on this is proclamations. This is a proclamation of the mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming Wednesday, June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth Day in the city of Norman. I need a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
Second.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll read the proclamation. Of the mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, proclaiming Wednesday, June 19th, 2024 is Juneteenth Day in the city of Norman. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring that all persons held as slaves shall be free. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers, led by Major General Gordon Granger, landed at Galveston, Texas, with news that the war had ended and that the enslaved were now free. And whereas June 19th, known as Juneteenth, and also called Emancipation Day, is the oldest known celebration, which started in 1866, commemorating the announcement of the abolition of slavery in the state of Texas, and in remembrance of the day all remaining slaves acquired their freedom in the United States of America. And whereas on June 17th, 2021, Juneteenth was signed into law, declaring it a national holiday, and whereas Juneteenth reminds us of the promises of freedom, equality, opportunity, and the celebration of Black freedom culture and the achievements made. And whereas the Juneteenth Festival will take place on Wednesday, June 19th, in the city of Norman at Reeves Park, and provide a community event of celebration and inclusion, bringing together families, visitors, local officials to celebrate this national holiday. Now therefore I, Mayor of the city of Norman, Oklahoma, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth in the city of Norman, and invite all citizens to join me in celebrating this important holiday while continuing to strive towards full equity. Is Miss Polly Henderson with us this evening? Oh, there you are. Would you come with us?
Once again, I want to thank City of Norman, City Council, for acknowledging this day. Of course, things don't ever work when you come up and get started, right? So let me hurry with this. On behalf of the Norman Juneteenth Committee, I am deeply honored to accept the proclamation recognizing Juneteenth. Your support and recognition through this proclamation affirm the importance of this day and the values it embodies. Acknowledging Juneteenth is a critical chapter in our nation's history, underscoring our shared commitment to justice and equality. Juneteenth is a day of profound significance, marking the end of slavery and celebrating resilience, contributions, and enduring spirit of the African Americans. Your recognition through this proclamation honors the past and encourages ongoing conversation and action toward a more just society. Your support ensures that together we can continue to honor the legacy of Juneteenth and work toward a brighter, more inclusive future that acknowledges the ongoing journey towards equality and justice for Americans, African Americans. So thank you.
It's now time for council announcements. I'll start with Councilmember Peacock. Councilmember?
Thank you. Just want to thank all of you for being here this evening and for everybody watching at home. This is what many of us wish most council meetings looked like, that there were this many people just interested in how things work here. And just as an example, last Tuesday, we passed a $300 million city budget, and I think we had 2 speakers, so the room was pretty empty. So I appreciate all of you coming down here, and I hope that you will continue to stay engaged in what goes on here at City Hall after this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Just thank you for everyone that is here tonight. I know that we have some big things on the agenda that are really important, and there's a lot of very differing opinions on that. So I hope that we, in this very full room, can be very respectful and open-minded to what everyone has to say. And I'm excited to see how the evening unfolds. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember?
No announcements, thank you.
Councilmember?
Yes. Good evening, Ward 4 and City of Norman. June is also Pride Month. I know you all might think it is May when Norman typically holds our Pride events, but we do so because we understand there are students in our community who return to hostile environments in the summer where they lack support and acceptance. So, the following are a selection of events celebrating our LGBTQIA+ community and their families in Norman. The first one will be Reading with Love, a monthly PFLAG event that happens Saturday, June 15th from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. at St. Stephen's Church. Reading with Love focuses on LGBTQIA+ themes and ideas for ages 3 to 5 years old. PFLAG will also be at the 4th annual Juneteenth celebration on Wednesday, June 19th. In Reeves Park from 6 to 10 p.m. Visit normanjuneteenth.com for a full rundown of event details. Last year, I watched on as the crowd swelled and all the kinds of people danced into the night. And it didn't escape my notice that only 57 years ago, a good majority of those folks in attendance wouldn't have been allowed in city limits after sundown. Just an observation that the arc of the moral universe is indeed long. If you missed the event we had on June 9th through the Firehouse as in collaboration with Norman Pride, it's called Equality Club. It's a monthly event. The next meeting will be July 14th, 3 to 5 p.m. Firehouse Equality Club is a dynamic and inclusive community dedicated to promoting equality through creative expression of visual arts. Their club provides a welcoming space for individuals, their families, and allies to come together, share experiences, create art with a rotating roster of instructional artists. And for more information, you can visit normanfirehouse.com/firehouse-equality-club. Also, for the neurodivergent alphabets and their allies in our community, there will be a game night at Adventurers Guild Saturday, June 29th from 4 to 10 p.m. It's come and go. It's 905 North Flood. Join them for board games, video games, and socializing. They have an open game room, video game consoles, and a great atmosphere in which to be social and meet new people. Last, we have Art Walk this Friday, 6 to 9. Thank you for tuning in. If you're on YouTube, thank you to everybody who attended tonight, and that's all for me.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Good evening, Ward 3 in Norman, Oklahoma. I just have a couple of announcements to make. So just a reminder, the best way to get a hold of me as a council member is my city email, which is ward3, the number 3, at normanok.gov. And my phone number is 405-876-3143. And a couple of items that I would like to highlight from our budget from this current year that we're about to close out, as well as our upcoming year. So our sales tax revenue was 0.3% lower this year compared to 2023. However, our use tax revenue was 16% higher this year compared to 2023. So the difference between sales tax and use tax: you purchase a good here in Norman to be used here in Norman. You purchase something outside of the city limits to be used in Norman. So when you shop locally, you're not only supporting sales tax, but you're also supporting a locally owned business. And well, for all of you here, thank you very much for being here. And for those of you watching online, thank you for being here. That's all I have.
Councilmember?
Thank you. Want to echo kind of what some previous council members said. Thank you for being here. I would wish that we would have all of these people here showing up to care about city issues on a regular basis. I see lots of familiar faces. I know that we've got a lot to talk about tonight, some contentious things, but I think this is the beauty of local government, is that you can show up here and have your voices heard. And it is the least that we can do as your council members, is to listen to your opinions and your thoughts on the items that we potentially will be voting on. So the other thing that I will mention is we have our City Council Oversight Committee this Thursday at 4 p.m. It will be my last one as chair, as I am an outgoing council member. We have 3 items to discuss. The emergency shelter, we're going to get a presentation from the Cleveland County Health Department regarding harm reduction. And then we're also going to have a discussion regarding an expansion of a Central Norman zoning overlay district. So if you were interested in any of those things, we meet over here in our study session room, and we would love to have you there. Finally, since I am an outgoing council member, and we do have our council member-elect for Ward 2 sitting on the dais here, I know a number of you are emailing us about the arena and the TIF district. If you would also copy Ward 8 right now so he can see those, because in July he will be transitioning into the seat in Ward 2. So sorry to call you out, but I think it's important that he is also getting your correspondence about your feelings on the arena.
Councilmember?
June 18th, Wednesday at 10:30 to noon at the Water Reclamation Plant on 3000 East Robinson. We will be holding a tour. It's kind of a Norman Youth Council prep program, summer civics program deal I'm doing. It's open for all elementary to middle-aged students and their families. So if you're interested in that, feel free to email me, call me, or just show up out there about 10:15. And I know Chris is going to be giving a tour. Michelle Loudenbach, who's our sustainability manager, she's going to be giving away some awesome prizes and just teaching us everything that we need to know and why Norman has the best tasting drinking water in Oklahoma, according to a contest we just won not long ago. And finally, if you're looking for something for your kids to do this summer, I know Antioch Church on Lindsay is having Vacation Bible School for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Alameda Baptist is having Vacation Bible School. So if you're looking for something, fun, non-prideful to get out there and give your kids those morals and just the things they need to be good little citizens, those are a couple things going on, and that is all.
Thank you, sir. Mayor has none. Consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the city council, by unanimous consent, can designate these routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. If any item proposed does not meet with the approval of all council members, that item will be heard in regular order. Staff recommends that item 2 through item 19 be placed on the consent docket. A motion and second. Motion on the floor is to place items 2 through 19 on the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your vote.
I'll vote. Motion to place items 2 through 19 on the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent docket.
To approve.
I have a motion and second. Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket? the motion to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast. Consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 20, an ordinance amending sections of the building code to establish an energy incentive program for residences achieving a HERS ERI score less than 7 points lower than the residential energy code requirement as adopted by the City of Norman at a given time. I'll need a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading.
Motion to adopt.
All right. I recognize Mr. Greg Clark. Presentation.
Thank you, council. Thank you, City of Norman. I'm glad everyone here is so interested in building code efficiency programs to come out tonight. So that's a great way to start. So thank you, everybody, for the audience. So a little bit about this program. We've had this program around for 6 years. It got started with different council, different looking council, but different folks came together to start this as a resolution. And what it is an energy credit program for single-family homes, two-family homes, duplexes, townhomes, where if a builder builds an above-code home, then they are eligible for a partial credit of their building permit fees. So this kicked off, it's kind of the idea of, folks had energy, code on their mind. Builders, of course, were intrigued by the incentive, it was just general goal of council at that point to, increase energy efficiency throughout Norman. So that's kind of where it started. It was done as a resolution, kind of a trial run, if you will. And we've done it, 6 times now. And so after this last time, it was done for a 2-year period. We kind of thought, well, we think we've worked out the kinks. We know the good, we know the bad. Let's move this forward actually as an ordinance and get it codified so we could, make the program a little bit more stable. So the way the program works is this. If every home has a square footage. We record these footages for different permit fees. The fee in question today is the building permit fee, which is 14 cents per square foot. So in my example, a 2,000 square foot home with a 400 square foot garage, 200 square foot of patio, gets some 2,600 square foot of project area. That credit comes out to about $364. The chart on the left there kind of gives you an idea. So we have a score benchmark score. And so in this case, the current benchmark is a 57. And so if they hit the benchmark score, they get back a 50% credit towards that $364. And if they get 10 points lower than the benchmark score, they're eligible for the entire credit. So that's kind of the baseline, and it's worked in a similar way. Again, we've had pretty good success with this program overall. The current resolution started in July 1st, ran through, the data we pulled was through April 30th. You can kind of see some of the numbers there. We had 220 applicants in the program. 4 of those homes got the full score, the full credit of 47. 82 of them got a 57 or better. 19 withdrew, which probably means they weren't going to get any credit at all. And 115 of those homes are still actually active and in the program. So they're still yet to be recorded. But based on the ones that have been reported, you can see that the score seems to be a very fair score of achieving the goal of an above code home, but we're not giving away money just for them building what they would normally build, but yet it's, achieves a pretty good in there. A little bit about the scoring. You might be asking yourself, how does the scoring work? In this case, lower is better. So the 2006 Energy Code, a home built in that year is deemed a score of 100. That's kind of the baseline, and you'll see year over year as they update codes, that score tends to get lower and lower, and it should continue to get lower and lower, with the end goal being a 0. A 0 in this scale means the home uses literally no energy whatsoever. So that would be a very, very strong way to build a home. Obviously, we take renewables, which is something that when this scale was even invented, the way the code was written, they didn't give you credit for renewables, but of course they do that now. So we would anticipate year over year, code cycle over code cycle, that the score would gradually descend over time and in a pretty linear way to always allow us to be rewarding somebody for not building per code, but building above code. So the two of the numbers up there that are important to me is that 64, and that is the current minimum standard right now for the state. So with that score, our benchmark, we're requiring people to be 7 points lower than the benchmark. So that is 7 points lower, which is almost 11% lower than that number. And again, the lower the score gets, the greater percentage potentially that the savings would be to a customer. So a little bit about codes in Oklahoma, just to give you a little background. There's always a little misconception here. Norman doesn't just adopt a code. We don't have a Norman code. We follow the state. The state of Oklahoma tells all the cities what the minimum standard for a code should be. They have a body called the OUBCC. They meet every year, and they're always reviewing and updating codes. And ultimately, when they, they'll come up with recommendations. They get pushed to the legislator, governor, and those codes become enacted by law. They tell us cities, these are the minimum standards. You need to adopt these codes as a bare minimum. And so we're always following their lead, and that's going to be maintained true for this as well. Some of the current activity, September of 22 was the last time we had an adoption that affected this. It made the International Residential Code the minimum standard for the state. We have adopted that and are in compliance with the state regarding that. As I explained earlier, that 64 was the benchmark score, which is how we set the score for the last resolution we ran. Most likely, and obviously I can't warrant this, but most likely in this year, the state will start reviewing the 2024 residential code. So it's possible at the very earliest, if they do take up review of that by summer of 25, there's a chance that they would have updated the energy code yet again, which would then put us on, would then put us, put action on us to update our codes again to stay in compliance. So after many cycles of, going through this with the resolution, when we met last with council at the study session, our recommendation was, we believe in the program. We think we do a good job of running it. It has a benefit. Let's go ahead and make this a permanent program. Let's adopt it by ordinance. And there were several reasons to do so. One of the main ones was this $364 credit. To be honest with you, it doesn't even touch the cost of what it would take a builder to build this above code home. Like if they wanted to actually build that, the credit we're giving them is just a drop in the pan. But it contributes, right? And we're often not the only program that is out there for energy efficiency. State often will have programs, federal government will have programs, often utility companies have programs. And part of the problem from a builder's perspective is some of those programs come and they go. They sunset today, political climates change, things happen. And so we felt like if, at least with our program, if it was adopted by ordinance, it would at least give them a little bit of stability, which should help and encourage other folks to desire to enroll in our program, hence build these above code programs. This is a good bullet for us too. When we talk about energy efficiency in Norman, I like to be able to tell people, what are some of the things you're doing? How are you acting? I think this is a real positive. We're one of the only cities around that has any such program that I'm aware of, and so I think that's a real good look for us. It's again, we're not forcing people to do this, but we're encouraging. But as you saw with the numbers, 220 folks decided they would go ahead and enroll in the last 2 years. So we think that's a real positive. One of the challenges, though, certainly was as energy codes get updated, how do we write an ordinance that keeps the program relevant? Because what we didn't want to do was adopt a program, say the benchmark was a 57, then the 2024 code gets reviewed and they make the score a 57. Now all of a sudden our score benchmark would be really just meeting the minimum standard for the state. So we crafted the language in such a way that by reference, our benchmark will always start rewarding builders when they're 7 points lower than this code adopted by the city. That ensures that as we stay in compliance with the state standard, that builders are actually getting rewarded for building above code, not just building per code. And that was always one of our questions, concerns. Again, one of the last benefits I see to it is this. So there's kind of a trend there, and you saw the numbers, 220 homes that are being built this when you have folks building above code, even the folks that aren't building in this program, they're still seeing those techniques. That becomes a norm for the industry. So even though not every home that we're building is in the program, if the last 5 houses they insulated, they're used to doing, these above code tactics, there's a very good chance that a home not in the program will see added benefit to it because that becomes their normal workflow. And that's kind of how a lot of people in the trade and the field, act. And so we think that just setting this bar up there, having a bar above code can only ensure better homes for all citizens, not just homes in the program. So again, thank you for consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. You did touch on it, but just to further clarify, nobody's required to do this. This is an option for people if they want to have more energy efficient buildings and save money in the long run that way, then we're trying to incentivize them to do so the best we can.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so it's an elective enrollment. And so at the time they make application on our website portal, they have the ability to communicate that they want to enroll at that time, but they absolutely do not have to enroll.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anybody else? Hearing none. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on this item. Remarks should be directed to council only, and once public comments have concluded, council may choose to answer your questions. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers for this item?
Yes, Mayor, we'll start with Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I just wanted to come cheerlead a little bit since I don't get to do that enough. So I'm very happy that you're considering adopting this program. It's the kind of thing that Norman should do, which is invest a relatively small amount of money to leverage larger gains for the community. This is the kind of sort of like incremental program to get people moving in the right direction that I think fits with our sort of like small towns discussion about how we should be working towards progress in Norman. And rather than, shouldering a huge burden or trying to force people to do things, I think this proposal makes really good sense. Hope you guys vote yes. Thanks.
The next speaker will be Pamela Post.
Hi, I'm Pamela Post. It's nice to meet you all. This gentleman here helped us recently my husband and I recently built a house. He made sure our house was up to code, up to the standards of the building for the R value of our insulation. We were able to I see this money that the builders will save. Even if it's $364, it allows us as home builders to apply that to a higher R value insulation for our homes. And subsequently, because of the assistance of the city and this ordinance that I'm urging you all to pass, allowed us and will allow other homeowners to maintain their homes at a comfortable temperature because they will be able to save money because their houses are higher insulated, and therefore they will not become burdened with the cost of air conditioning in the Oklahoma heat that we're fixing to experience later this week. So I urge you to vote for this. I appreciated the city's help in our building situation, and this is very positive for the citizens of Norman. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Rogers.
Cindy Rogers, Ward 4. I want to echo what the previous speakers have said. I really appreciate the staff's work on this. I appreciate, the data and tracking what's going on. Always, as an economist, I always appreciate giving people incentives to go beyond and do more than they would otherwise. I think that's how you wisely invest public dollars, and let's save the environment.
Mary Francis.
Mary Frances, Ward 7. I always appreciate energy efficiency, and this ordinance sounds and program sounds like a good one. Have one question. Have there been any amendments to this ordinance that are not listed on the handout that we received?
Which handout are you referring
Greg, you can't answer.
The one that we received?
Okay.
That's my question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Faye Winner. I might be pronouncing the last name wrong. Faye Marie Winner.
My name is Faye Wenner. I live in Ward 2. The city's money should be spent for the needs of the city and its citizens, not for any business venture of the university or anyone else.
Ms. Winter, would you please comment on the energy efficiency that we're talking about? That's the topic on the,
All right? Thank you.
thank you, ma'am.
Evan Dunn.
Hi, Evan Dunn, 1400 Garfield Avenue, Ward 7. I support this wholeheartedly, and I support it so much that I don't think it goes far enough. Let's start paying gardeners. Let's start to pay people who are taking care of this planet. They deserve it.
Cheryl Ann Denso.
No comment at this time.
Chelsea Gravel.
No comment.
Carlinda Gravel.
No comment.
That's all, Mayor.
That's all. Any final comments from council? Councilmember Schuler?
I think, Mary Frances, what you were asking was, are there any additional kind of handouts or things that are associated with what you have in your hand? The handouts that you all get when you come into council just has the title of each of the things that we are voting on. If you go online, each of those things, if you find the agendas online for our council meetings, many of them have multiple attachments. The writing of the specific language of the ordinance, history. You'll get memos that staff has put together on the history of how we've gotten here. So all of that information is digital and is online. Otherwise, we would be printing out 500-page packets for everybody in the audience to read. So we are trying to save paper, but you can find all of the agendas and all of the attachments online. So yes, if you would like to read the ordinance, it is online for you there. You're welcome.
Councilmember Holman?
I have the same question. Thanks.
Okay, same answer for the same question. Okay. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes. Thanks, Greg.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast. The ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Okay. What items number are? Having signed up does not guarantee that you will get to speak if the allotted time for that item has already been exhausted. Comments received must be limited to the motion on the floor only. The motion that I'll read, item 21, a resolution calling and holding of a special election on the 27th day of August, 2024, for the purpose of submitting the question of approving or rejecting the establishment of an increment district number 4, a sales tax increments district, and increment district number 5, an ad valorem district located in the Rock Creek Entertainment District, located east of Interstate 35 between Tecumseh Road and Robinson Street. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council regarding this? Councilmember Schuler.
Mayor, can you repeat what you said about limiting public comment? Your mic wasn't on at the beginning, and I think people were a little bit confused.
Okay.
About how we're going to proceed through public comment.
What we're going to do is we're going to go 2 minutes per person with 30 minutes total comment time. And so not everybody who signed up is going to be able to talk. It doesn't mean, and then we can't give time to each other. You can't yield time. So it's whoever was here first and opened up, they get to go first. Who is that person? Oh, Councilmember.
Yeah, just a follow-up question. Hold on. Was the public notified on the city's website that this is how we were going to proceed tonight about limiting public comment and the amount
Stop.
of time?
We will have an orderly meeting, or we will actually have everybody moved out. Okay? Let's just be orderly, let's be civil.
Our process and procedure is on the website for how we sign up ahead of time and how time can be limited. If we have a lot of sign up, basically what he said is on the website.
So, yeah, just trying to understand, I just want to make sure that whenever we click into that sign-up page, that's listed at the top and all of the directions before they get to the form to actually sign up? Okay, so just letting everybody be aware that all of that information they are saying is on the website before you sign up. This is a little bit different in my estimation of how we've done this before. This is the first time that we're doing 2 minutes and limiting it to 30 minutes. And there have been some other ways that we have tried this. I think we've had lots of discussion as a council on this. I personally don't agree with limiting public comment. I think you all showed up here to have your voices heard. And as elected officials, I think that it is the least, like I said in my opening comments today, that is the least that we can do to sit here and engage and to listen with your thoughts and your feelings around different issues that have a major impact on our city. So just want to let you know that we don't all agree with how this is being conducted. And I hope that if you do not get the opportunity to speak tonight because of this limited time, that in future council meetings, you will sign up for miscellaneous comment. And I will talk through some of the other public opportunities that you will have on these specific items related to the entertainment district, related to the TIF. So we've got, just for generalized information, the Planning Commission has the site plan and the plat and things on their agenda this Thursday at 5:30. So there's an opportunity for you to have your feelings heard about the actual site plan. Again, miscellaneous comment at the next council meeting, which will be June 25th, a Tuesday. When council hears this in the future after Planning Commission either moves it forward, there will be 2 public hearings on the TIF. So there will be opportunities for the public to do that. I can't say exactly when those meetings might be, but typically once they are on Planning Commission, it moves forward to council in the next month. So you'll see those in July, probably the first meeting in July and second meeting, unless they are postponed. So I would say keep an eye out on your agendas. And so right now there are going to be multiple other opportunities for you to have your voices heard in a public forum. We haven't limited miscellaneous comment since I have been on council in the last 3 years. So that is also another opportunity for you to talk about whatever you might want to talk about. It won't have to be germane to a specific topic or item that we are seeing. Also, you can email your council members. Call them, let them know how you feel. We've been getting inundated the last several days with lots of emails, so if we don't get back to you, I promise we're reading them, we're tallying them. Sometimes it is difficult. Many of us have full-time jobs, in addition to the work that we're doing on council. So it can be challenging to get to every single one of them, but we are reading them and we are seeing how you feel about them. So just, I understand that this is disappointing. It's disappointing to me as well. So hopefully we can maintain some semblance of order so that we can hear as many people as we can throughout this evening.
Now, we'll do this in a civilized way, please. Who is the first speaker, Madam Clerk?
Amy Serrato. I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Amy Serrato.
Okay.
Okay. Riley Worley. Andrew Rosenau. I'm sorry if I said that wrong.
Andrew Rosenau, Ward 6. The TIF proposal should be rejected outright, but if the council is unable to do that, it must be put before the voters. It would consume $600 million in tax dollars, which is more than twice the annual budget of the city. It would bind the city for 25 years, and it would also force transparency. Last week, we didn't even know the arena owner, who's going to finance it, or OU's contribution. I'd like to comment on the residences first. We need more housing in this city, but an expensive TIF is not the way to do it. People that move into that housing district are going to move there anyway. And so these will be future tax dollars that are just going to go into the TIF that we would otherwise have for city services. NPS has said they'd have to build a new school potentially. Where's that money going to come from? Are we going to take it from other schools? Are we going to raise taxes? The entertainment district is at least a little more related to the arena, but history has shown us that TIF districts tend to get businesses from elsewhere in the city. When this happens, it's a double whammy for the city. Not only does the city lose the sales tax that's going into the city coffers as that business moves into the TIF, you've now got an empty space that's generating nothing for the city. The city is worse off for the business side of things, also for passing the TIF. Studies have shown arenas tend to do this. They reshuffle businesses within the city closer to the arena. And then finally, arenas are money losers. Study after study has shown this. We don't need to spend tax dollars on the city or on the arena. So at the very minimum, we need to have a vote if this is where the city council is going. I'd like to close with a quick story. A decade ago, the University of Texas approached the Austin City Council about public money. The Austin City Council heard from their people that they had no interest in it. And they worked out a deal to get a $300 million arena paid for with zero tax dollars. So this is your chance, City Council. Get us a better deal than that and beat Texas.
Rhonda Stock.
Rhonda Stock. I am a resident of Ward 3. I have lived in Norman for over 50 years, and I think it's a great town. It has grown so much since I've been here, and it will continue to grow. We do not need to have a TIF, which is for a blighted area, to finance growth in Norman. And $600 million, with a lot of it being on financing costs, is wrong. I feel like something this large for 25 years should be brought to a vote of the people. And that's the least we can have. Thank you.
Please do not applaud. I know they're great speakers and everything, if you could applaud afterwards.
Mayumi Windler. There she is.
Hello, Mayumi Windler, Ward 2. So I'm just wondering, this whole entertainment district thing, how many people actually have money after paying rent, car payments, whatever. How many people have all that much money for entertainment budget? I think we need to vote on this. Thank you.
Dave Moore?
Dave Moore, Ward 3 and Ward 5. I would like to comment on the staff report regarding this resolution, where they allege that even if this goes to a vote of the people, that the vote would not be legally binding on the council. I would like to know when in the history of this town we've ever had a vote of the people that was just a suggestion, that was just advisory, that was just an idea, because otherwise it's just a sham vote. I'm in favor of the resolution. I think it should go to an actual vote of the people, and I think that it does. I think that the city staff is incorrect when they quote the law, because I went and read it. I read the Local Development Act, and there's nothing in there that limits what the voters can and cannot do. So I think the assertion by staff is incorrect, and I'm calling bull hockey on their report. It's just like saying that you couldn't build a sidewalk. A sidewalk doesn't require a vote of the people. So why would this thing require a vote of the people if it's not a real vote? So I'm saying it is a real vote. Let's approve it. This vote does have the power to compel the city council to do what it says. So it's a genuine resolution, and I support it.
Marguerite Larson?
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. First of all, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Schuler, to Councilmember Foreman, and to Councilmember Nash for recognizing that we do live in a democratic society. On a democratic society, people vote. That's how it is. We do not live in an authoritarian. And I am so grateful that they brought this to City Council for the people to get out and speak. It is imperative that this comes to a vote of the people. This is the people's money. This is the people's future. It's the people who decide where they want to spend the money, how they want to spend the money, and where their future wants to go. In my opinion, there is no doubt that this should pass. So I'm hoping that all of you take into consideration who you're actually representing. Thank you.
Stephen Ellis?
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. One of the main reasons Norman needs to have a vote on this proposed arena TIF is that we need to have a discussion of the proposal on its merits and not just an advertising campaign. So what do I mean? So far, this plan's been sold by its advocates using buzzwords alone: transformative, game-changing, what progress looks like, that sort of thing. What we haven't seen is anyone lay out the purported benefits of the proposal in fiscal terms. Here's what each partner is putting up front. Here's what each partner stands to gain. Here's what each partner is putting at risk. In the absence of that, we have Team Norman and OU sales forces cheerleading. We have a city council meeting where people aren't going to be allowed to speak to the substance of this kind of issue, a project plan document that's internally incoherent, and a city staff and council that's been mostly silent about these kinds of issues. The only way we're going to have the important discussion that we need to have on the merits is by making this project contingent upon getting certain kinds of satisfactory answers, and the way we can do that is by having a vote of the people. You should do this because so far you haven't been giving us very much in response to what's going on with the voluminous amount of stuff that's being pushed out by Team Norman and OU. So let's have a real conversation, not a truncated one, and let's talk about this proposal. An election will make that happen. Thank you.
Dan Munson? Dan Munson?
That's fine.
If you guys won't clap, then they can hear me when I call their name, please. Thank you.
Dan Munson, Ward 6. So I really like the idea of arena and a entertainment district. What I'm tore on is if we divide $600 million into 25 years, that's $24 million a year. And what I don't think I can do is clearly articulate where $24 million a year would come from. I don't understand like some of the breakdown of the gross sales of the arena. So like the men's basketball game, average ticket cost is $58. We sell 8,000 tickets, that comes to $464,000. What's the breakdown of that gross sales? Where is that money gonna go? How much of that would be allocated towards paying debt? Concerts, according to Poll Start, the average ticket cost is about $74 each in the Oklahoma City metro area. 8,000 tickets sold, that'd be $592,000. What's the breakdown of those dollars? Where's that gonna go? How much of that revenue is gonna pay down debt? What about the gross sales from concessions at the arena? What about the gross sales from parking at the arena? What about gross sales from merchandise sales at the arena? What are the breakdowns of those dollars? I just don't understand them. One of the other things that I would like for us to consider is a facility fee per ticket. So if you go buy a basketball ticket, if the cost is $10 or more, you pay $2 to $3 fee. And that goes specifically to debt, and if it's $10 or less, $1. Thank you.
Okay. I remind you that the motion on the floor is about whether or not to call the election, not the merits of the proposal. The next speaker is Rob Norman.
Rob Norman, Ward 3. Also Rob Norman, University North Park TIF Oversight Committee. In my very limited time, which I must admit I'm taken aback by, I would like to make sure everybody knows that the UNP TIF Oversight Committee will be meeting next Tuesday, June 18th, 1:30, and their real discussion and real oversight and real hard questions are asked about this TIF. If you want to know what's going on, come there. It's a public meeting. Now, a little bit about this. We're a little bit different in Norman. We're a little bit different in the state of Oklahoma. We have a long tradition of direct democracy. When, as I've seen a symptom of tonight, the few start to not act in the best interest of the many, and I start to see things I've seen at the state capitol with the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority, where we're shut down and we're not heard, we have to be heard. The process is failing. The process of representative democracy is failing us. We have nothing to do now but resort to direct democracy. We have to resort to a vote of the people here. I keep hearing, well, TIFs go to a vote of the city council. They don't go to a vote of the people. That just begs the question, folks. And the question is this: no one anywhere in the country is financing arenas with TIFs. Not people in the SEC, not Texas, not Baylor, not Nebraska, no one. It's awkward. It's a silly way to do it. So why finance it with a TIF? I keep coming back to one answer. So we can avoid at all costs a vote of the people on this TIF. Those costs might be $600 million. No, those costs will be $600 million. I've never seen the city approve an expense that they didn't incur. You can bet we're going to spend that much money. That's it.
I apologize in advance if I mispronounced this name. Robert Kobianchi. Kobianchi.
All right. I hope City Council will vote to make this, Ward 2. I hope City Council will send this vote to the public as it clearly affects all of Norman. The only reason I can see not to, as was just mentioned, is City Council knows it will not pass. So to avoid the will of the public and cynically implement a TIF, which is meant for rehabilitation, is simply a textbook example of crony capitalism. Have any of you even looked at the phantom finances of this as well? Supposedly this is $230 million loan at 6%. So initially you'd have to generate, what, $13.8 million. That covers the interest of the first year alone. Then to pay the principal, you need another $9.2 million. So that's $21 million for the first year. And this is just a rough example. Do you think this TIF, which now covers the entire North Park area, my assumption was it would cover the actual building we're doing, but I think it's going to cover everything down to Target as well, so the entire North Park area will actually cover these funds. Are there enough bars and Targets and arena tenants to even reach half of $21 million a year in taxes from sales tax? I don't know. I haven't seen any actual numbers or anything other than people just cheering it on. What will Norman do when there's a shortfall? Where will this extra money come from? Are we going to default on a loan? Are we going to take it from the general fund? If OU is so gung-ho on this as well, let's have them contribute to this. They can be a signatory to this. They can put up half the money. They're offering to contribute upwards of $100 million to this. Then let's get them on the line. I mean, OU's got a big fund. I've actually interviewed down there and met with them, and it's kind of scary how they run it, but that's life. So they can lie all they want about contributing, but until they actually have their signature on the line, we're paying for this. OU is not. This TIF pick winners over losers, like they've said. We've seen what's happened to the mall. I mean, Sooner Mall is decimated. It looks like half what it used to be. Ed Noble is, I mean, it's a sad thing to drive down Ed Noble Parkway now. We have all that land they built over there off of where Lindsay connects now to 36th. I was excited about that when I was a kid. So I'm like, oh, I can drive through the river now.
Michael Blanc. Wow. Sure. The next speaker after Michael will be Scott Martin.
We'll just take this off. There we go. Okay. So first and foremost, we should definitely vote to pass this measure tonight and bring this to a vote of the people. We need to invest in direct democracy in the state of Oklahoma. It is, in fact, baked into the very essence of our state. It's one of the reasons that we're one of the few states that still has any kind of state referendum system at all, right? If you notice, any kind of real progress that happens in this state happens through those direct democracy processes. So we need to make this be a vote of the people. Further, staying on the merits of the question of direct votes, I was looking at OU's budget, and they got an operation budget of $1.48 billion. It would be nice to see them contribute a little more than pocket change to a project that they really want, especially considering looking at the size of the potential seating in this supposed arena would be still less than Lloyd Noble. So if they really want a new arena, smaller than the one they already have, it would seem pertinent for them to use their own funds, you know, from that vast amount of tuition and fees they collect from the 30,000 plus students they get coming through every year. I mean, that seems fair and reasonable. But I mean, hey, you know, or we could just pass it, you know, a 25-year contract without getting approval from the public, you know. But hey, final part on that personally for me as well. You know, I'm at a point in my life where I don't really want to see us dig up new, fresh, like soil, you know, tear up more of the ground we have. With all the heat outside, y'all, I do more, you know, active work now. I'm getting really tired of heat, and I'm really liking the idea of, you know, some good, you know, less soil erosion. Something to maybe keep heat down. Tired.
After Scott Martin, it'll be Celia Elwell.
Council for the opportunity to come share. Since we're going to talk a little bit more than just about the item at hand, I was happy to be in Shannon's similar position a few years ago when we implemented the Campus Corner TIF with great success. Not long on the heels of that, we had the UMP TIF, and in spite of some of the things you're going to hear tonight, it's been a resounding success. So much so that the Center City TIF was put into place with unanimous adoption by this body at the time. And here we stand before you today talking about the next TIF to generate nearly 5,000 jobs, up to housing units for 3,000 people, nearly $1 billion of private investment in our community. And instead,
opinions in a respectful manner, please. I don't know you don't agree with him. Listen. I listen to you. He's listening to you. Listen.
You already started.
so, no, minute's good. To the council member's point, she laid out 4 or 5 future opportunities that we, the public, are going to have to engage in this process. Frankly, as I mentioned to all of you earlier this afternoon, we've been doing this officially since September the 6th, really for the last year, and every single one of you have been part of the dialogue, some more than others, but you all have been at the table to provide input, suggestion, and comment on how we can make this something really special for our community. The Local Development Act does govern how TIFs operate in the state of Oklahoma. In this case, you have the authority to pass a TIF. You're contemplating spending $30,000 of taxpayer money to get an advisory opinion. I think it's a bad move, and I suggest we follow the process laid out by state law.
Is Celia here?
Good evening, Celia Alwell, Ward 6. If indeed the TIF can be passed by this council, and talking about the possible vote for the residents, if it's a non-binding election, then it's not really a vote by the residents. A real vote of the residents would be non-binding, and our voices would be heard. This is a historical amount of debt. The enormity of this investment is such that I urge the council to assure the Norman residents that they will get a non-binding vote on this historical making decision. Thank you. No, I'm sorry, binding, sorry, excuse me. First time, sorry, excuse me.
Pamela Post?
Hi, I'm Pamela Post, and I'm from Ward 5. I am married to a former Norman retired police officer, served 35 years, the city. We went through furloughs from you all because you had not enough money to do arbitration with the city and give us raises, and we were furloughed. You're wanting to take money from a TIF and not put it into the city coffers. I suggest that I ask the question, where are you going to get the money to build the fire stations that are going to be needed in this area as development occurs? Where are you going to get the money to hire the police officers, hire the fire department, to hire the sanitation workers that are going to need to service this area? You're throwing away taxpayers' money, tax income that the city will need not only to support a TIF or support a development area, but to support the rest of the city as you all and certain members in the audience encourage poorly planned economic development. This is the opportunity for the citizens to go vote on how they want their tax money to be spent. It is for an election vote. I strongly encourage you that you put this to a vote of the people, that it becomes a binding vote on this council, and that we get the democratic right to say how our money is. We are not in the military. We do not report to an admiral. We are citizens of this city, and we want the right to put in our input into here. And as far as the gentleman in this room who talked about the arena down in Texas, the Moody Center, It's an absolutely gorgeous facility. I was in it 3 weeks ago watching my niece graduate from the University of Texas. And it is perfect, wedged in there in the University of Texas between I-35 and their football stadium, just like a new arena for the University of Oklahoma can have right down there on the land where they've got the Lloyd Noble Center sitting. Tear it down, build a new one, put this vote to the citizens of Norman, and call for this special election. Thank you all very much.
Debbie Burleson, and then she will be followed by Scott Dixon.
I'm Debbie Burleson. I'm in Ward 8. I didn't really have much more else to comment because so many people have already said what I was going to say. I just want to encourage you to let us vote on it. We voted for it before. You know the results. That's why you don't want us to vote on it again. But we as citizens of Norman deserve to vote on it. Thank you.
Alex Lampier will follow Scott.
Scott Dixon, Ward 8. Good evening, local magistrates, esteemed professional staff, and Mr. Olson. We had elections in February and a runoff in April where roughly 63,000 Norman residents were asked what their opinion was. We polled them. Many of us went and knocked on their doors, woke them up on Saturday afternoon and said, please go vote. So we did that. There were a lot of us. So the TIF, the arena, was brought up all the time. The League of Women Voters asked about it during their forum. Same with the Chamber of Commerce's forum. So the people knew what was going on. Now, Ward 4 did not choose someone that's pro-arena, to the best of my knowledge. Ward 8 did, that's me. Ward 6 did, that's Josh. Ward 2 did, that's Matt. In the last 2 weeks of Matt's election and his runoff in Ward 2, the detractors of this whole thing could not have been more clear of painting Matt Peacock as the pro-arena candidate and his opponent as the anti-arena candidate. The pro-arena candidate won. Everyone in Ward 2 could have come out and voted for the anti-arena candidate, but they didn't. They elected the pro-arena candidate. Ward 6 elected the pro-arena candidate. Ward 8 elected the pro-arena candidate. 2 years ago, in the mayoral election, it was no secret that Larry Heikkila was a pro-arena candidate. The entire citizenry of Norman had a chance. They had a vote. They were polled. They got to go and say, no, we don't want a pro-arena candidate, or yes, we do want a pro-arena candidate. The elections have been had. The polling has taken place. Let's stop undoing.
Alex Lampier, Ward 2. I'll make this quick, so many other awesome people want to talk. So last year we had the bridge bond election and the water rate increase election. And the bridge bond was a $50 million over 10-year bond. And I think the water one was like an average like $5 increase per household. Either way, those are things that benefit everybody in this room. And to me, it's kind of disrespectful to taxpayers to just straddle them with all of this debt for this arena all at once that we have no say in. So I would, and I realize there's nuance there. I realize these are things that are in the charter, right? The bridge bond and the water increase. And as much as I would like a water increase, every time we could get it, we had to wait like 9 years for it. So to me, it's in the best interest of everybody to just let us vote on this. Because the only people that benefit from the arena and entertainment district are people who are reaping a profit from it and people who can afford to patronize the places that are going to be in the arena and entertainment district. So please let us all vote on this like we did with the bridge bond and the water rate. Thank you.
Luigi Polvani.
Hello, Luigi Polvani, Ward 2. First of all, limiting comments is disgraceful. You represent the city of Norman. If the entire city wants to speak, if everyone in the city wants to speak, it's your duty to listen to them. Yes, to the arena. I think we should vote on this thing. We are incurring in a historical amount of debt. This is the largest TIF in the history of Oklahoma. It's something that would put me, who wants to live in Norman, on the hook for 25 years to pay up this debt, or at least fill the gap in the taxes. Anyway, it's something that goes past your mandate as city councilman. It's something that you might not be around to see the end of. So I think everyone should decide. We should vote on this. Thank you.
Russell Rice, followed by Cindy Rogers.
Hello, Russell Rice, Ward 2. Real quick, I think Scott kind of misidentified me. I'm pro-arena without citizens' money is where I'm at, just to clarify. Anyways, I'm in favor of hearing the will of the people. In my opinion, if you vote against this ordinance today, you are voting against hearing the will of the people. The same people that elected you to sit where you are today. There's no way to justify or rationalize your way out of it. Today we will see who your masters are. On my campaign trail, the top two things that people wanted to talk about was the unhoused and the arena. When they learned that the arena was going to be paid for with a TIF, they were no longer in favor of it. Also, what about the other areas? Campus Corner, downtown? The sales are going to get pulled over to the TIF area, and that's a loss of money in the general fund. It's like we're robbing ourselves twice. Who came up with this idea? Anyways, also, none of these estimates cover the fire department. The fire department is spread so thin they can't even cover the far reaches of the areas out in the rural area with advanced life-saving equipment. So please, spend our money here on stuff that we need and let the developers pay for an arena. Thank you. Have a great day.
There will be one last speaker after Cindy, and that's Brandy Finning.
Cindy Rogers again, still Ward 4, and now you put the pressure on. I want to say I very much appreciate having this discussion tonight, even if it is abridged. And I also appreciate all the wonderful people in this room. Wow, it's like they took public economics and they understand about how opportunity costs work and how you can easily shift activity from one area to another. I'm going to talk about the amendment. So nobody's against an arena. I think we would all love for OU to have a shiny new arena to play in, and we could all be proud of it and boast about it. I think the real issue is who should pay for it, and why should the public pay 85% of the arena costs? That's the big elephant in the room. When people ran for office, they weren't saying, I'm for a $600 million arena cost. So I think it's a little ridiculous to say people ran on a $600 million financed public arena. So we could put that to rest. We know from the research that arenas don't drive economic growth, they mostly move it. So what is an arena to the citizens of Norman? It's a vanity project or a quality of life project. And to that end, we should put it to a vote just the same as we do for other quality of life projects. It's a lot of money. Do we want an arena to have an enhanced entertainment experience for OU sports or not? And that's a public vote, and that's a public decision. Please put this to a vote.
Brandy, are you here? Brandy Finning? Okay, we move.
I'm Amy. I got skipped in the beginning because I was...
Yeah, you weren't here.
Okay, so can I go now or no? Yes.
Yeah, there's 1 minute and 13 seconds left of the 30 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amy Serrato. Sorry, I was coaching basketball at the YFAC for our youth. The public is being asked to fund and finance $600 million for an arena, a parking garage, and associated infrastructure with a tax increment financing scheme. think that equates to more than $4,500 per person. I'm asking the council to please put this to vote of the people. A TIF, or tax increment financing vehicle, is supposed to stimulate private investment in a blighted area. That area is not blighted. It's owned by developers. It's going to be developed anyway, so we don't need to fund that with a public TIF. Thank you for putting this to the vote of the people.
All right, I guess I'll kick this off since I had so much to say at the beginning of this anyway, and since this is partly my doing. So a couple of things. There were some questions asked before I make comments that I'd like to maybe ask our city attorney with regard to your opinion on, from the memo, on this not being a legally binding vote. And what this actually means within the Local Development Act and moving forward. I know that it's in there. I don't think we can shy away from your opinion as our city attorney, but I'd like you to be able to address that specific comment for the public.
Sure. The Local Development Act does not authorize the calling of an election for tax increment finance districts. Neither does Title 11, which is applicable to municipalities. In those cases, the election is considered advisory because it's not a requirement. There is an election provided in the Local Development Act, but it's by referendum. So if the project plan were to pass, it's passed by ordinance, and the referendum section would then be in play. We were doing research over the last week or two after we got this request about the issue of an election, and there is an Attorney General's opinion out there that I advised council about that said, looking at a county issue, if there isn't legislation clearly authorizing the election, it's a generally accepted principle of election law that the election cannot be held. Further, the Attorney General went on to say you cannot submit to the voters, and again, this is a county issue, but similarly, municipal statutes do not authorize this type of election other than the referendum. They said you may not submit to the voters of the county at any regular or special election a question regarding a subject or subject matter which no current statute specifically authorizes to be put to a popular vote. Nor may said board submit to the voters the question of approval or disapproval of a non-binding expression of sentiment on such subject. I advised council of this concern, that this could be challenged. There was another concern as well, and that's that our charter requires special elections to be called by ordinance and not resolution, and we talked through that last week as well. So
to the question, has the city ever done an advisory vote of the people in the past?
No, I was thinking we did on the north side treatment plant. But that was because there was the original question asked of the voters was deemed to be vague or unclear. And so we did go back and ask, this is before my time, I did go back and ask the question again, but it was on something that was authorized by state law.
Okay, and then to the question of debt payment on this. So I think there's just want to get some facts out there about the amount, so the 600 million as opposed to the 230 million. I wonder if Anthony Francisco, our finance director, might speak to the financing piece, just to explain why it went from 230 million, which was the initial ask, and then ballooned out to the 600 million that people are seeing today.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm Anthony Francisco, the finance director. Basically, $230 million is the basic principle, what would be spent on the project. But as was described earlier, very similar to a home mortgage, when you go into a loan for a mortgage, there are interest costs on that mortgage. The amount of the interest cost will depend first on the interest rate and secondly on the length of the mortgage. In this case, we're talking about a mortgage or a loan of 25 years, and the current interest rate environment is relatively high. Secondly, this particular loan would be based on a repayment structure that would not generate any repayment for a period of years. Basically, the TIF revenues, the tax revenues, would not come in until the facility is built. So you have to increase the amount of the principal in what's called capitalized interest to cover the interest rate or the interest costs over the first few years before the money starts to come in. So the principal is increased from $230 million for that capitalized interest over a long period of time at a relatively high interest rate. So again, the $600 million is a cap, the maximum amount that the TIF would be obliged to repay in assistance to development financing for the full financing structure of the proposal.
And so the reason that we're showing now that it is 600 million is because the city is not going to be the entity financing this project. We, in our discussions, as people have alluded to, that we have been in discussions about this for well over a year, and we have gotten information that the public doesn't, and we're negotiating that the city not be on the hook for doing the debt financing. That is quite a large amount of money, and we did not want to carry that burden as a city. So that's the reason why the debt service is now included within the project plan, and the ask is 600 million, because a large portion of that, the difference between 230 and 600 million, is for debt service, basically interest payment, correct?
I couldn't say it any better.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. So just some comments based on the things that we heard tonight. With all due respect, every single member that's sitting up here was duly elected by their ward at the time. I initially was appointed for a year before I ran. I was asked about this specific TIF 3 years ago before I was seated on this dais. 2 years ago, when I ran, I was also asked about that. So to say that because new members of council have been elected, based on whatever, I don't think that everybody is voting just because of this one thing. I think that there are a lot of issues that people care about. They're taking the candidate in totality. And so to kind of water it down to a yes arena or a no arena, I think is really unfair to the intelligence of our community. I think that to speak to the process that has gotten us here, it's been a year, at least, a year plus, that this has kind of been trickling out, not giving a lot of information. There have been a lot of backdoor meetings, other people meeting, and I think that's why the citizens are so frustrated and angered, because you feel like you don't have all of the facts. And I would agree that you don't. We have way more information than you all have, and I think that's in many ways very unfair. To date, there have been no public forums on this. It is my understanding or recollection that in the original University North Park TIF, there were public forums before that vote, right? There were opportunities for members of the public to see the project plan, to voice their opinions about it. And I think the reason that this is so contentious is because what you all were sold then is not really what came to fruition. And I think there's a huge concern about what's going to happen this time. So there's like a lot of factors in all this. I think that it's also really important to point out that, yeah, this started a year ago. This project has been delayed on Planning Commission for 8+ months. So who is playing political games with the citizens of Norman and us when we keep hearing, oh, well, we're going to delay. I'm not saying that this is what the developers are doing, but the perception is that they have been waiting for a more favorable council to do this. So however you feel about that, and I think it's really unfortunate because there have been a lot of discussions about what we thought the public might approve or the types of development that we would like to see in the area. There have been lots of conversations about what goes in, not necessarily the project plan, which is very specific based on what the Local Development Act allows you to put in there and what needs to be, but having an economic development plan that comes on the back of that. And that's where you put things like community benefits. That's where you hold developers accountable to certain things. You can add incentives around, paying people a living wage. You can talk about upgrades and infrastructure, and we can talk about business improvement districts and how all those things are happening. We can talk about affordable housing percentages that we'd like to see in the area. So again, that is another area where the public will have, or I guess council, can have negotiations. And if you feel like there are certain things that you want to see held accountable for the developer on that side of things, that's really where the negotiation takes place, is in that economic development agreement. So that is also something that is being worked on. I also want to point back to the referendum that Ms. Walker, our city attorney, was talking about in the Local Development Act. So I just want to give you some numbers around this. The final backstop for the community is a referendum petition. So essentially, like you all are very familiar with recall votes and petitions and things to circulate to get things on the ballot. This one is similar, but it is if council chooses to approve this TIF district moving forward, the referendum petition, citizens can call that, they can get together, start a petition drive. It will require 25% of the votes of the last mayoral election. So in that election, there were 13,061 votes, so 25% of that is 32,065 signatures to put this on the ballot for an official vote of the people that could overturn council. So again, this is not the final stop in this. Whatever we decide to do up here tonight, there is still avenues for you to have your voice heard. There are still avenues for you as citizens to get together to put this on a ballot. I will also say, let's see, I was trying to write notes and all of these things. I would encourage anybody who is interested in looking at that referendum, consult an attorney, because there's a gist that you have to put on the top of it and make sure that it's going to get through the scrutiny of the city clerk and through the process. So make sure that you are on point with the language that you are giving to the people, so they know exactly what they are signing up for or saying. So anyway, I really appreciate the discussion about this. I'm sorry that it has taken so long for more information. I know that this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many more questions that you all have, and I think it is really important for us to have a broad community discussion about something that is this massive and will divert tax dollars into into a fund for these specific things for 25 years. I think that the costs are pretty unknown as related to the general fund, as related to the ad valorem, which is a much more substantial part of this. So how is that going to affect our other taxing jurisdictions? I think some of that has really been glossed over. So keep asking the hard questions and keep pushing us and your elected officials to hear you and to get the answers that you deserve on this. So I'll leave it there, and I'm sure that other council members have other things that they would like to say.
Yep. All right. So last August, this arena, this TIF proposal first came across my site when I was sitting in with Scott Martin and a couple others. Were showing me this idea that they had, this, in my opinion, it's kind of crazy moonshot idea to build this entertainment district. And, and I told them at the time, look, I've heard people discussing the arena. I mean, you guys have tried really hard to keep this a secret, but it's not that good of a secret. Everybody already knows that you're trying to build this arena. You're going to have to get the public on board first. And before that, I look at this arena project and I see that, yeah, there could be benefits, there could be detriments to it. I mean, it could attract business, people coming down from more to spend their money. It could cannibalize our city and pull businesses from other parts and just relocate them. All this is speculative. I don't know the future. I don't know if it's going to turn out good or bad. we also don't take into account the adaptability of people, that when, if it were becoming a bad thing, to adapt and make it into a good thing. However, it doesn't matter what I think about this arena project. It doesn't matter my opinion, my biases for it. In a situation like this where the consensus is overwhelmingly in opposition for it, I'd be doing a disservice to the people that I represent to vote any way other than no. And I think the same goes for everybody up on the dais, that they'd be doing a disservice to everybody that voted them into that seat to vote in a way that they don't want them to vote. When there's a clear and when it's an unequivocal majority has an opinion on it, then there's no room for questioning that or questioning the wisdom of the democracy of the people that are in charge of this city, this country, the county. Who are we to sit and deny them their voice when it comes to the guidance of the evolution of this town or the expenditure of their money? Nobody can sit up here and say that they are above the people that elected them into the seat. But anybody sitting up here saying that they're going to vote in any particular way because they're smarter than the people that voted them into the seat, take note. Remember, everybody up here will vote to represent their people. Remember that. When this vote to bring this to the people is made, take note of how those votes go. And remember, they are voting to adequately represent their people. Are we it? I think that in a representative democracy, there is, we'd always be doing a disservice to our constituents to withhold our judgment from any situation that might be ambiguous, that where it's difficult to discern whether the consensus is for an item or against the item, in situations where people simply don't care about the items, when it's an increase or decrease to a contract or to approve a proclamation. That's where us as your representatives is most important, and our judgment is to come into play when we can't tell what it is that the people that we represent want. This is not one of those situations. It has been clear and overwhelming. Now, putting this to a vote of the people, if we don't do this, if it just comes in front of me a question of whether or not to approve the creation of this TIF district, well, I'll represent my people. No. Plain and simple. It's easy. Putting this as a vote to the people should be seen as a kindness, that we're giving the OU Foundation an opportunity to get the people on board, to get them behind this project, because there are a lot of very positive aspects to it that could be to the benefit of the city, but it has to be sold to the people first. And to sidestep the people and try to push this thing through the statutory process to progress it is just, it's disrespectful and it's offensive. But if this goes to a vote of the people, there's, at the end of August, that's however many weeks, they have to share the positive aspects of this project with the people. And I've told them, in my opinion, that Weather Center Museum, if we were able to make a world-class, or at least a state, a regional science museum, to contend with the Omniplex, well, that changes the calculus of the decision. I mean, that's something that even the most adamant opponents of this arena project have even said that they could get behind. That's going to make them stop and pause and think, because that's the kind of thing that people would willingly vote to approve a bond to pay for. If we could get something like that, or if that could be bundled into this thing, and something easier to pay for than a bond, that'd be fantastic. Why they haven't pursued that, I know that we have been making advances in that Weather Center Museum, and, you know, that I don't think that that's intimately married with this project, which I'm sure the guy that's behind the Weather Center Museum would love hearing me say that it should be. Because I know that he's having a little bit of trouble finding funding for it right now, but at any rate, you know, our job up here, and, you know, there is no guidebook that says this is what an elected council member is supposed to believe, this is what the seat entails. My opinion of what this job entails is to represent the consensus, the will of the people that elected them into that seat, and do everything in their power to seek out that opinion if it's hard to discern, and when all else fails, use their judgment. And it's not hard to parse out what that will is across all wards tonight. I'm not going to speak for wards, 3, 8, whatever, all the weirder wards. Ward 5, we're the normal ones. We understand how things work. But for you other wards, I'm not going to pretend I know what's going on in your heads. Maybe you are in favor of it. I don't know. But if it were to come in front of me, it'd be just an absolute no. Easy as that. This is an opportunity to change that no into a yes. But you have to make use of that opportunity. You have to take advantage of it. You can't just ignore it, kick it down the road. You can't just throw out smear campaigns trying to make us look stupid and the people look uninformed, because that's not going to work. We're charged up here to represent the people that voted us into the seat. And if we don't do that, then why are we even here? Why would we even call this a democracy if we're not elected here to represent the people that voted for us? Otherwise, it would just be, they'd be electing a dictator. And so that's, I guess there is the question of whether or not this would be challenged, simply because there's no language to cover it in state law. So we're paving new ground. We're setting precedent with this new thing. Okay. That doesn't change anything. I'd still like to see this go to a vote of the people, because I'd still like to see the opportunity for the OU Foundation and the Chamber to sit and try to, show us the positive aspects of it. And for those of us that might be in denial about what the majority thoughts are on this, have something to point to, and then make that clear for when the next election rolls around, so that we don't make that mistake again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so just based on my count tonight, speakers we heard from, there were 15 in favor of sending this to a vote of the people and 2 opposed. Based on the emails I've received 41 emails in favor of it going to a vote and 9 opposed to it going to a vote. Tonight, there are at least 3 Ward 7 residents in the room. 2 of them spoke, and they were both in favor of the vote. I know that the third one is not. I would say the response I've heard from Ward 7 online and through other communication has been around 10-1 opposed to this TIF, or in support of it going to a vote of the people. The original UMP TIF that was approved in 2006 by the City Council was a 5-4 vote. The council was split. It was very contentious. There was a vote that changed at the very last minute in favor. And from the get-go, the area has been marred in controversy. The 2008 and 2009 economic downturn kind of changed the way commercial retail was done in the United States. Areas like Ed Noble Parkway and malls like Sooner Mall have been closing and going into decline all across the country as people have been choosing to renovate and fix up their downtown areas and their campus corners and their existing neighborhoods. And people are not wanting to rely on big box corporate retail stores like Toys R Us and Sears and Circuit City, all of which went bankrupt nationally and left big empty spaces in Norman for a while. They're all filled now with something. But there were a lot of expectations about the original TIF that were not exactly what it's turned out to be. That area is successful in the sense that it does generate a lot of revenue, and it does bring in a lot of visitors from all over the metro area, from all over the state, to shop there. But one of the things you might note about it is that the overwhelming amount of people going there are from out of town. That Norman residents, many, are actively choosing not to patronize that area because of the history of it and how they feel about how it's developed over the years. People were promised, or I say promised, people spoke at the podium back then about grand plans and high-end retail. And what we have out there is, there's some nice things, but we do have Discount Tire and Dollar Tree. And those are not what people, I think, had in mind when that came forward. And by all appearance, it is mostly a sort of nicer version of a suburban strip mall that you would see on any interstate frontage in the United States. And I have driven across this country from LA to New York multiple times in my life. I've seen it all, and that's what it really is. That TIF was also a 60-40 sales and property tax split, so not 100% was being committed to it. We also had to end that TIF early, 12 years early, because of the city's general fund had 11 consecutive months in 2017 and 18 of negative sales tax collections compared to the year before. They were not collecting online sales tax yet, and brick and mortar sales were in a decline like our finance director had not seen before, and it wasn't bouncing back. And the two options that we were given for how to address that situation were we could do layoffs, nobody wanted to do that. We could pass a stormwater utility and help relieve the general fund of that financial burden, or we could end the University North Park TIF diversion, which was about $4 million a year that was staying in that area and not coming to the city's general fund. So we spent a year negotiating a deal to end that. That was controversial. It was a 5-4 vote. The council was split on how to end it, not so much if we wanted to end it. There was just a difference of opinion on how we wanted to end it. But we did have to end the increment early in 2019. That TIF was also only around $55 million. So nowhere near what we're talking about today. The Campus Corner TIF was, I think, around $5 million, and it only lasted 10 years. It went in, it replaced all the sidewalks, put in new lights, put in new parking meters, expended the funds, and then it ended. And it has been very successful, I think. The Center City TIF is 100% property tax. There is zero sales tax commitment in the Center City TIF. It's a $50 million TIF, and the revenue is being generated by the property in that area that's developing currently. As many of you see, many of you may not like what is being developed in that area, but that is how that's happening. And again, that was a $50 million TIF, so not anywhere close to what we're talking about here. This issue isn't really about an arena, in my opinion. I agree, overwhelmingly, most everybody I've heard from is in favor of a new arena for the university to play athletic events and have events for the community and concerts and things like that. The overwhelming opinion I hear, and I do listen to a lot of sports talk, and I've been a lifelong sports fan. I've lived on campus pretty much my entire life, and my whole family bleeds OU, or Crimson and Cream, all that. The overwhelming response I've heard for people is, yes, new arena, but we think it needs to be on campus. I have suggested 3 different options for an on-campus arena, but I've also said that if not on campus, the University North Park area is the only other place in the city of Norman I could think of that would make logical sense. OU, this is their deal. They have chosen that they want to do it in the University North Park. They want to try to attract more people from the greater metro area to come to Norman to events there. And I understand that. It makes sense. But this issue isn't about the arena. It's about the way that this is paid for. This public vote would not, in my opinion, be about whether you want an arena or not. It's about, do you want to commit 25 years of 100% sales tax to it? Now, whether the county wants to commit 100% of property tax is their decision for the county commissioners to make, and I hope you all will hold them accountable for that as well. But this is about how it's paid for and the length and size of this commitment, unlike anything that's ever been seen in the state of Oklahoma before. This dwarfs any other TIF that has ever been approved before in the state of Oklahoma. And none of those other TIFs in Oklahoma City and other places had a history of controversy and contention that this particular area and subject has. The other thing I want to note is when it comes to a public vote, I've seen online a lot of people asking, how can the city do this when our library is closed right now? We spent a lot of money on that. And that project came in under budget and it was done on time. By all appearance, it looked like it was a perfect project. It's everything we want, right? Under budget, on time. But now it's sitting over there empty for an indefinite amount of time. And all I can keep thinking about is if the council in 2015, which I was a part of, if we had decided on our own to spend $40 million to build a brand new library, and then we found ourselves in this situation right now, what would the public think about that? What would the public think about the city council currently? The current council would be held responsible and blamed for what that previous council did. That's what I've discovered in my years on council is once you're up here, you're now responsible for every bad decision that's ever been made. And so that's what I think about, though. How would that have gone over if that had just been a council vote to spend that amount of money, and now we're stuck with a situation like that? Or in Oklahoma City with the First Americans Museum, which is successful right now. There's lots going on, but it sat half-finished and vacant for multiple years. And Oklahoma City did not know what they were going to do. They were being asked to come in and bail it out and finish it. And thankfully, the tribe stepped up, the city stepped up, and they collaborated and got it done together. And now it's looking really good. But there's a history with that, that almost didn't work out very well, and they almost ended up with a half-built, abandoned museum right next to downtown OKC. So I say all this just to provide some history of this situation, the history of the previous TIFs that we've done, and some of the other issues we've dealt with. I think a vote of the public on this issue is unprecedented, but so is this request, the size of it. And the last time I was up for re-election, this particular proposal was not an issue. The question of developing the north part of the UMP may have come up, but there was nobody in that election was running on committing 100% sales tax for 25 years. And the other thing I do want to note too is that at first, when we first heard this, the proposal was for an 80-20 split of the city would commit 20%. And that was something I felt, and I think other people on the council felt like, that's something we could probably get behind. Without a public vote, we could probably commit 25% if they show us a project that's really inspiring and looks really good and it's something we think people will want. But as time has gone by, it has kept changing and evolving and being delayed, and it has changed to 100%. And that's where I have the biggest heartburn is how can I sit up here and commit 100% for 25 years? In my 11 years on this council, I've served with 4 mayors and 40 different council members, and that's just in 11 years. So imagine how many people will sit up here in the next 25 years. So I have been thinking about this a whole lot. I am not opposed to an arena, like I said, or an entertainment district, but I have a lot of reservation about this particular funding proposal. And the last thing I'll mention is just that under the 4 mayors I've served with, each of them have changed how public comment has been done in a way that I have not agreed with. And again, that I've liked all of them, but each have made changes that have ended up reducing the amount of time the public has to speak, and the opportunity for the public to be involved in city council meetings. And I just will continue to express my objection to that here. So again, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
Okay, so lately I've been going around talking about myself a whole lot, and one of the things people ask me is how I even got involved in city council and wanted to join. And I say in 2018 I started learning about the TIF. So this is something that's hit my radar for a very long time. And if you go to my public page now and go all the way back in history, one of my very first posts in December of 2019 is a picture of me signing the referendum after the TIF unwind vote in November of 2019. A week after that happened was council filing, and that's what made me pull the trigger. So every time in the last 4 years that I've heard TIF, I've growled. I've quite literally growled, and people have had to try to tell me that it can be okay, look at Campus Corner. Okay, well, that was $5 million. Okay, so this is a lot different. And so for me, I'm way harsher on the TIF idea. I think every TIF should go before people. I know it's not reasonable, but this is a very aggressive request of the people. And so as this has come up and people have talked to me about it, there's nothing I could say about it that you all have not said tonight. I share in all of your sentiments. That's exactly how I feel. When I've talked to people on the other side who are very pro for it, TIF district, because this isn't about an arena. Everybody keeps saying arena, but it's a TIF district. There's a very big distinction. I don't care what goes in this area. It's the money that you're wanting us to commit. As Councilmember Holman said, it's going to be like $10 million to even reopen the library, and maybe in 2026. We'll see that library open again, okay? But you want us to commit $600 million. No. Anyway, so the people that are pro, for this district, they'll say it'll just attract so much business to the area. Think of that. Well, you know what's over there that attracts a lot of business? Target. And we didn't have to pay for it, So I don't think that's a very good argument. I've not heard any positive arguments for it. And I've tried to tell them till I'm blue in the face that even if you get a favorable council that votes for it, immediately there will be a referendum and it will go to a vote of the people anyway. And they don't think so. And I say it needs to go to people. And they have told me I'm a weak leader, that I'm this and I'm that. But the very thing that I watched until like midnight that night, right before Thanksgiving in 2019, was wow, that council did not listen to their constituents, because it was one right after the other saying this is a bad deal. We need people on that dais that are going to listen to the people, and there are clearly people that are listening to you now. So I was happy to be one of the 3 to send this to the agenda. We'll see where the cards fall. Ooh, threat of lawsuit. Okay, literally everything we do on this dais is subject to a lawsuit. So I'm not afraid to take that chance, because I think this is putting way too much on the line. So Norman, I stand with you, and we'll see how it goes tonight.
Yes, since Ward 4 got a shout out, I'll just go ahead and say I've been getting emails from across the city, and I wanted to make sure I was still in alignment with my ward, so I put forward a very informal poll, and I gave people the option of undecided, soft yes on a TIF 4 and 5, hard yes on a TIF 4 and 5, hard no on a TIF 4 and 5, and soft no on a TIFs 4 and 5. And overwhelmingly, Ward 4 in one poll is 96 hard no, some soft no, some soft yes, but nowhere near what you would expect. And then 91% hard no on another Ward 4 forum with some soft yes and soft no. And to Councilmember Nash's point about OU having the opportunity to educate and reach those soft yes and soft no's. I mean, a vote of the people, even advisory, would kind of give you an idea, election data-wise, where people fall. And I will say the conversations coming out of Ward 4 spaces and in some parts of the city aren't that they're against a TIF. They definitely see the need for one over Griffin. I got thanked for bringing up 12th and Lindsay during BACA last week. So I think as we pursue this conversation about the appropriate use of a TIF, I just want to say, Ward 4, I'm listening, and if you're not in my ward, I'm also listening. Thank you.
All right, it's my turn. So first, I have a couple of questions for our city attorney. So the first question is, there appears to be some confusion in the community, and as I've seen on Facebook. So how many votes are going to come to us? Is it just one big vote? Is it a vote on the arena and the entertainment district? Is it a vote on TIF 4 and TIF 5? So how many votes is it?
Okay. You'll have I kind of want to cover the public hearing part too for you guys. I know you'd asked about that and others have too. Right now, it's planned for Planning Commission on Thursday night. That is the plat, that is the zoning item, and then that is the resolution that the Planning Commission is supposed to consider under the Local Development Act. So 3 items Thursday night. It's scheduled, if it proceeds along the current schedule, as Councilmember Schuler said, Planning Commission in June, Council in July, we would have first reading of an ordinance adopting a TIF creating both increment district number 4 and number 5, and including the project plan on your agenda July 9th. On July 9th, you'll also have a public hearing opportunity under the Local Development Act. That will be an opportunity for the public to ask questions, so there'll be a presentation with all the information that is available, and then you'll be able to ask questions and people will be there to answer them. Then on July 23rd, it would be the second reading of the ordinance creating the TIF district, both increment district 4 and 5, so it would be one vote on that. You would also have the vote for the zoning item and the plat as well on that agenda, so there'll be 3 TIF-related items for a vote. There will also be the public hearing required by the Local Development Act where everyone can come again and share their feelings on the proposal.
Okay, thank you for that. And question number 2. So I've seen the words blighted and undeveloped and underdeveloped being tossed around, and it's talked about in the Local Development Act and defined in the Department of Commerce and all kinds of good stuff. So how is this area eligible for a TIF?
The Local Development Act, in the legislative intent, the legislature recognized that any property contained within an enterprise zone is deemed to be blighted. I can't remember the rest of the language, but essentially the language that's in the statute qualifying it for a tax increment finance district. A lot of property in Norman is in the enterprise zone. That's set by the Department of Commerce. That's not set by the city. They do make adjustments periodically to that map, but they grandfather in everything that was previously considered an enterprise zone.
And when was it grandfathered in?
Ooh, I don't remember. I'd have to go look that up.
Okay. Well, a lot of things has happened. 2001. So since the grandfather date, I think it might have been maybe around 2000, if I briefly remember, whenever I went on the Department of Commerce website and pulled up the map where it has all the TIF districts. So a lot has happened since 2000. That was 24 years ago. We've had 9/11. We had the Great Recession because of the subprime market meltdown. Then we had COVID, and we all know how the world has completely changed post-COVID. Just look at our budget book, and you'll see the huge increase between 2020 and 2021, and you'll see the huge increase, probably because of inflation, who knows? So that answers that question. So Councilmember Schuler had touched on the continuances of this. So for those in the audience and watching online, if you haven't been paying close attention, and I don't mean that in a bad way, you know, we live and breathe this every day and have since. So I'm going to go over the timeline. November 14th was when council adopted resolution R2324-89 by a vote of 5-4, and that was to establish the statutory review committee. Then the pre-development meeting was November 30th with a concurrent PUD amendment and preliminary plat application for Planning Commission consideration on December 14th. December 7th, the applicant requested a continuance to January 11th, 2024 for Planning Commission consideration. January 4th, the applicant requested a continuance to February 8th, 2024 Planning Commission consideration. February 1st, the applicant requested a continuance to April 11th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. Then, April 3rd, the applicant requested a continuance to the May 9th Planning Commission meeting. Then 2 days later, April 5th, the Statutory Review Committee had their first meeting. Then April 25th, the Statutory Review Committee had their second meeting. April 30th, the applicant requested a continuance to June 13th, 2024 Planning Commission consideration. May 13th was the third Statutory Review Committee meeting. May 16th was the fourth Statutory Review Committee meeting. And then lastly, May 23rd was their last and fifth meeting whenever they adopted the project plan to be sent to council for consideration. So a little bit more on TIFs. Here is the Oklahoma Commerce Report, and this is as of May 2024, and it lists every single TIF in every single county in the state of Oklahoma. So, the largest TIF in Oklahoma City is $195 million. It is an ad valorem type TIF with the eligibility being an enterprise zone and a reinvestment area for downtown MAPS projects. The largest TIF in Tulsa, $260 million. It is a sales tax and ad valorem type TIF, and its eligibility being an enterprise zone and a reinvestment area for downtown area economic development. And an area very close to Tulsa, Broken Bow, their city council just recently approved a tiny TIF, I can't recall the numbers, maybe like, I don't know, $20 million or so, for infrastructure only for the Sunset at Broken Arrow Amphitheater project. Now, some of you know, some of you don't. I was born and raised here in Norman, Oklahoma, and in all of my life living here, as evidenced here now, as evidenced by the people getting up to speak, as evidenced in our email boxes, or inbox, whatever. This is the most contentious issue in our community. And when I knocked on doors, my constituents remembered, as a couple of council members have spoke to, they remember what we were promised. We were promised, high-end shopping, Nordstrom, Saks Fifth Avenue. My hairdresser that I missed desperately because he went to Dallas, he moved here from Las Vegas because he was sold on all this high-end shopping and what it was supposed to have been. So this item number 21, opens the door for public discussion, more public engagement, and due to all the continuances, there could have been a lot of public comment and public discussion to get the public on board on this. So, of all the multiple so I tallied all of my emails at about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and a ratio of 4-to-1 want their voice to be heard. They want the opportunity to advise us on the TIF. And as you guys got up and spoke, I tallied
of all of you that spoke, only 2 spoke in favor of the TIF, and they don't want us to approve item 21. So with all that said, after hearing all the public discussion, after the public comments, everything considered, I make a motion to amend this item to include the verbiage after the date, 27th day of August 2024, add, or amend it to say, or the next legally permissible municipal election date thereafter. Do I have a second?
Say the amendment.
Oh, the amendment is, do you want me to read what the entire thing is going to say? Okay. Or the next legally permissible municipal election date thereafter.
Or the next permissible election date thereafter. Okay. I have a motion. Do it? Yes.
I just want to point out there, in Title 26, which is this title of the statutes dealing with elections, the statute sets out what has to be required, or what's required to be in a notice of an election. And it says it shall contain the following facts: the date of the election. So I'm a little worried about putting something in there that doesn't set forth an actual date. But I just wanted to share that with you.
That's okay. I hear rumors that this might legally be challenged, so maybe a judge will be the one to decide.
Call it. Okay, yeah. And that- Didn't Councilmember Peacock want to speak first, or do I have to take care of the amendment?
You have to take care of the amendment.
Okay. Are there any comments on the amendment? Councilmember Holmes?
Just a question of the clerk, if you happen to know offhand, if it's specific to municipal election dates, what are those in this remaining year? Or is it just municipal or any election date?
Or states that you could hold elections for anybody can hold elections. August, of course, that's also your runoff elections for state offices. And then the next one is November.
So those are the only other two, those are the only 2 options left this year to have?
For 2024, yes.
Thank you.
Other councils for, comments from council? Questions? All right. The amendment to item 21 is amending of a special election on the 27th day of August 2024, or the next permissible election date thereafter. Oh, legally permissible, okay. Does the second apply to the permissible also? Done, okay. Now, the resolution, now it would read, the first line of the resolution would read, resolution calling and holding of a special election on the 27th day of August 2024, or the next permissible election date thereafter, legally permissible. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
The next legally permissible municipal election date thereafter, yes.
There you go. Council members, you may cast your vote. You want public comment?
It's up to you, Mayor. You've already voted.
We've already voted.
They voted, it's up here.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'm getting ready to call it for you. All votes have been cast, and the vote to amend the resolution passes 3. Voting against, Councilmember Peacock, Mayor Hykela, and Councilmember Ball.
Okay, so that changes the resolution. Is there any more comment on the resolution as amended?
Okay. It'll be up there in just a second. Sorry, I didn't realize they turned the projector off. It was a vote of 6-3. Voting against the amendment was Councilmember Peacock, Mayor Hykela, and Councilmember Ball.
Okay. Any further comments from council?
Yeah, as amended. Matt.
To ask a couple questions of Mr. Francisco to clear up some of the claims that I've heard from the audience tonight. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm sorry to drag you back up here. So the first question I have, is this a tax on every Norman resident?
No, there would be no authorized tax to be imposed by the action to approve a TIF district.
So unless you own property in the district or you spend money in the district, you won't be taxed at all?
Even then, it's just the use of the tax that you would otherwise pay.
What about some of our dedicated tax funds, PSST, transit, guest tax? Are those at risk of being?
The enabling ordinances for the public safety sales tax, the Norman Forward sales tax, and the public transit sales tax specifically exempted them from apportionment to TIF districts.
So when people ask how we will pay for police and firefighters, the portion of PSST that pays for police and firefighters will not be impacted by this TIF?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Could you speak to the UNP South TIF and its ability to be paid off early?
I personally disagree with the term paid off early. I think the action that was taken in 2019 was to reduce the authorized projects to the amount of money that had already been apportioned to the TIF fund. The University of North Park TIF still exists, and there's about $10 million sitting in that TIF fund right now for those authorized projects. So in my opinion, it's a misnomer to say ended the University of North Park TIF.
That's fair, that's fair. Will the TIF funds go to fund just an arena?
No, sir. I think that the authorized projects include infrastructural projects. They would include parking structure, landscaping, streetscaping, those sorts of things.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, I bring these up not to really try to sway anybody one way or another, but just to highlight that there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of misunderstanding regarding this plan. There is a lot of real understanding that goes with, the audience members tonight. So I just think that there needs to be a lot more vetting of this, a lot more talk, a lot more discussion. I hear there are public forums coming. We haven't had them yet, but they are on the calendar from what I understand. So that's all I have for you, Mr. Francisco. Thank you. So I had about 2 pages worth of commentary that I was going to read to you guys tonight, but I'm not going to bore you at this point. It's, it's almost 9 o'clock. We're ready to move on. I absolutely understand the position of my colleagues up here. I really do. And I'm grateful that each community member out here showed up tonight to give us your thoughts. I also want to thank our city attorney for providing us with sound legal advice on what we can and can't do. I stand by her analysis, even though it's not popular with you guys, that we can't call a special election by resolution. It is in our charter. And even though I understand the heart behind this item, I think the law is the law, and this election will be challenged and thrown out, rendering this whole effort moot. And I personally don't want to intentionally run afoul of sound legal advice. However, I am in favor of the next item, which effectively does what a non-binding election does, and that gives us a metric to understand the sentiment behind this item. It's for that reason that I am voting against this current item tonight, but will be supporting the next item, which is a survey on the TIF. Thank you.
All right, any more comments from council? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your vote.
I will disclose it to you. I'm sorry, our projector is out. All votes have approved the resolution as adopted. Passes by a vote of 6-3. Voting against, Councilmember Peacock, Councilmember Ball, Mayor Hykela.
Item number 22. Item number 22, a resolution directing the city manager to engage in a qualified firm to conduct a survey regarding the proposed Rock Creek Entertainment District to gauge community support for the proposed tax increment financing of the project, with results to be provided to the city council prior to its consideration of the Rock Creek Entertainment District proposal, and providing for an appropriation of funds in the amount of $15,000. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Am I going out?
No, it's just, they want you to, they couldn't hear you, I think.
You couldn't hear any of that? Okay. Am I on now?
Yeah, you were on, I just don't think you were close enough to.
Okay. Item 22, a resolution directing the city manager to engage a qualified firm to conduct a survey regarding the proposed Rock Creek Entertainment District to gauge community support for the proposed tax increment financing of the project, with results to be provided to the city council prior to its consideration of the Rock Creek Entertainment District proposal, and providing for an appropriation of funds in the amount of $15,000. And then I have a motion and I have a second, so. Councilmember Schuler.
Yes, so I know that we have both of these, obviously the previous item just passed. There is still a potential that that does get challenged, so I asked the city attorney to work on this, and I've been asking actually for this for several months. I've been talking with the city manager, I've been asking for a way for us to gauge sentiment. We've done this with our bridge bond. We got this also for the proposed weather museum and experience that might be located in the similar area. So we've used this information, I think successfully in the bridge bond to understand what proposal they would like to vote on, how long that would be, if we did the short-term plan or if we did a longer-term plan, how much that would cost them. So it really gave us a lot of information on where the citizens were in relation to that specific vote. So despite the last one passing, there could still be potential challenges and issues with that. So I still think that this is an important item to move forward so that if we do not get a vote of the people, that we are still surveying our public, that will get information to the next council before they make a vote, a final vote on the TIF. So it will inform a future council of what your sentiment is on this item. So that is the intent of this, and why they are both here tonight, kind of back to back.
Further comments from council? Yes, sir.
So on this survey, which is something I support as well, I'd asked the city manager after we got the survey back from the Weather Museum about any public polling that's been done on this proposal, and there's none that I've seen done about it. So I think it's a good idea. We have used it. We used it for Norman Forward. We used it for the transit tax in 2019, and then we've used it recently on bridge bond and the Weather Museum, like as was mentioned. I guess a clarification for me would be what the survey is asking. I'm not particularly interested to know if people are for or against the new arena for OU. I'm really interested to know, do people support 100% for 25 years commitment financially to finance this proposal? So are people in favor of the financing part of it, the TIF part of it? To me, not so much are you for or against an arena or not, but are you for the city committing 100% of sales tax for 25 years? Because again, if passed, there could be some overflow, but the city, people talk about it's going to generate all this revenue for the city. We'll get zero revenue. We'll get PSST, we'll get Norman Forward stuff, but right now the PSST does not cover its own costs currently. And so I'm not sure that money from this TIF going to the PSST is going to pay for police and fire stations and staffing those stations. But those would be protected, but we would be committing 100% of our general fund revenue for 25 years. And the Paycom Center in Oklahoma City is not even 25 years old yet, and they're about to tear it down, maybe tear it down, I don't know what they're going to do with it, but they're going to build a new arena right next to it. So I keep thinking, if we approve this in 25 years, when it's finally over and we can start collecting revenue, that arena is going to be 20 years old, and is it going to be time to build another one at that point? And does that TIF just get extended for another 25 years? I don't know. And so I think this survey would help a lot in understanding the public sentiment on the financing part of it. So I do support that, and I would ask that that kind of be a very clear question. I mean, I wouldn't mind if that's the only question, really, but because that's the only one I think really matters is, do people support this commitment on these terms? Thank you.
Councilmember Peacock?
I would like to amend this motion to include a date certain to have the results back by July 16th, 2024.
Okay,
It's a month, come on, you can't get,
that's the motion.
that's the motion, guys.
Where do you want to put it in the thing with,
know-
do you want to change?
Did I do that to anybody else up here?
Okay, we're trying to get this thing right. Are you saying with the results provided to city council by, what was your date?
July 16th,
July
2024.
16th, 2024, to its, and then are you going to strike the whole sentence, to its consideration of the Rock Creek Entertainment District proposal? And providing, start with and providing? Okay. Did you have a second on that? Okay, have a second. Okay, so let me read it back to you first. This isn't put out for a vote. I'm just reading it back for clarity. A resolution a resurrection, golly. Drink of water, slow down.
I think the amendment, Mayor, needs to be to section 7, not the title. Which I think will make it simpler.
Section 7 of what?
Of the resolution.
Oh, okay, I don't have that.
Is that right?
Change this, and I'll read it to you and see if it's what you prefer. We leave the title the same as it was before. And then amend section 7 that says that a report of the survey results shall be provided to the city council at a public meeting by July 16th, 2024. All right. Does the second still stand? All right. Comments on it, council? Who had it? Oh, Councilmember Grant?
I didn't have a comment on Councilmember Peacock's amendment. I had a comment on the item 22 itself.
Okay, yeah, I'll come back to that. Councilmember Nash, is it on the amendment?
Yes, it's on the amendment. What is the rationale for that particular date, and could it be negotiated out further?
Tentatively to look at this item on the 23rd of July as a council unless we get an election put forth on a certain date. And so if that election is not challenged by the courts, I would like to have this information from the public before we make a decision on the 23rd of July.
Okay, so on the 23rd of July, will we be able to move to postpone that item to a later date? Okay.
Are you talking about the resolution or when it becomes the?
The resolution, the TIF.
The TIF ordinance.
TIF
The
ordinance,
ordinance,
when it
yes.
comes in front of us. So we'll be able to make a movement to postpone that particular vote if, say, this poll were to take a little bit longer to come in to then vote on it after the results are known.
Yes.
So, okay.
Councilmember Holman?
Yes, kind of wish, no offense, Shannon, I wish Daryl was here to answer the question about our surveys and how long they take. I'm under the impression that it's a pretty quick process when we have done it before. Maybe Catherine has okay, yeah. So that's kind of, I figured like a month was more than enough time to actually get it. And I do agree that if it does come forward on the 23rd, I would like to have that information in hand for sure. So, it could be postponed or whatever, but I don't know. So I would like to have it if we can do it, so, yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
You'll have to bend all the way flat.
Okay, thank you. I think, as Councilman Schiller mentioned, that Daryl, we spoke about this last week. It is a very tight turnaround, but working with our Chief Communications Officer, we anticipated this a little bit, and so we've already started crafting some of the questions for the survey, but we will definitely take your recommendations in whatever direction the council directs us tonight, and we'll make sure to incorporate that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schuler, yes.
Yeah, so in anticipation of this, I mean, I had been asking Daryl about this and the turnaround time for a survey. Initially, whenever we talked about this, and he finally got me the price, he also told me that they can turn around these fairly quickly, within 3 weeks. So I think 5 weeks that Councilmember Peacock has suggested would be enough time to do this. And Tiffany, our communications director, has worked with this firm multiple times, and we've gotten presentations from them as well before, as I mentioned, for the bridge bond and things. So I don't think that 5 weeks is an unreasonable amount of time based on what Daryl, our city manager, has already conveyed to me.
Councilmember Foreman.
I was just going to ask, on item number 21, we had an amendment and we did not allow public comment. Are we going to allow public comment on this amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, call it.
Yeah, you can move into public comment.
Okay. We're going to call public comment. Well, obviously, nobody signed up for it because we have to clear the amendment first, don't I?
Yes, but she's asking if you're going to allow public comment on the amendment.
Yes.
Okay, so since they didn't have the opportunity to sign up for that, we'll just have to.
Then you get, again, back to half an hour, 2 minutes, same.
Okay.
Would anybody like to address? Okay. What we'll have to do is do this in an orderly minute. We'll do it the same way as we did the beginning, except for there won't be a roll call. So if you want to start with the first row, if somebody on the first row. Okay. Okay, here you go. Start them up. Okay.
We don't need a survey. The vote.
Hang on. Okay. Before you speak, just a moment, please. This is to the amendment only about the date, and we've had a request from council that those that want to speak, so this can move more swiftly, go ahead and line up. And as the mayor stated, it'll be limited to 2 minutes, no more than 30 minutes on the amendment. Go ahead, Mr. Ellis.
All right, Steve Ellis, Ward 4. As somebody who studies social scientists, actually, I can assure you 5 weeks is a very tight turnaround for a survey that you want to get good scientific answers for. And if I understand the original proposal correctly, we were trying to get a scientifically valid survey, and just putting the questions together this are going to push this out past 5 weeks. The idea that we could do it for 3 weeks makes me think that maybe we weren't going to do it very well. So if we're going to hire somebody to do this, let's do it right and let them tell us how long that they need. So I think you should vote no on this amendment. Thanks.
Be sure and state your name, please.
Keith Brewster, Ward 8. And I also want to echo what he said. I don't think it's enough time, and I'm concerned because to craft a proper survey, you can easily steer surveys. You know all about, your politicians, you know about push polls, okay? You can write a push poll that says, hey, don't you want a great economic development plan going into University North Park? But you can also write one that says, do you want somebody coming to your door and asking for $4,500 commitment for the next 25 years? Basically a coastline of the loan. Now, somewhere in between is a fair question. And I'm a little concerned when the city's already working on it, and it seems to me that the city's been in cahoots with the developers who want it, at least our mayor and some of the city council members and perhaps his staff, I don't know. But it seems like they've been allowed many, many months of continuance. Now, when the public comes to speak, we're cut off in time. I didn't get to speak. I signed up early this afternoon. I was cut off. Then when the public wants a survey and they want time to write a good survey and put in good questions and good input, we're cut off again. 1 month, get it turned around. We gotta honor their date. Well, they didn't even honor their date for how many months? All right.
Okay, then that'll come next, after we close out the amendment.
Yeah, it's Paul Arcaroli, Ward 3. I had signed up to speak for the other issues and ran out of time, but I want to say about this particular date certain, I do agree that we waited, we were developers and the university delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed, and now we want a date certain to get this thing done for $600 million. I say that for $600 million, we need to get a very good survey and we need to have it done independently. It's sort of statistically reliable, internally and externally. I've done this for a living. I know what I'm talking about. You don't have enough. I'm not going to talk to the issue. I'll talk to the issue later, but do not put a date certain on this. Let the firm you hire tell you how long it's going to take. Thank you.
Alex Lanphier, Ward 2. If we're going to do this, let's do it right and take our time. Let's not rush this out. So I'm against this amendment. Thank you.
Cheryl Andenso, Wards 4 and 6. By bypassing the majority of Norman citizenry and by doing a simple survey, either by hourly workers going on the streets or electronically, or by phone calls, or internet, it's kind of a travesty of the representation of the entire city, because there are some people that won't go online or can't go online. And it's only going to result in junk data. So unless you do it correctly and involve the entire citizenry, you're not going to get a good survey result. You're not going to have good data. Thank you.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. I think that a survey could be skewed, and I feel like there's a council member who would love to skew it. I don't think that this would be fair. I don't think that if you hire somebody outside of Norman, who's going to write the survey? So nothing was said about who is writing the survey, just we're going to have a survey. I think it's crazy. I think you should just go with 21. Let us vote. Let us vote.
Luigi Polvani, Ward 4. What she said, if these doing things right takes time. This timeline is incredibly short and might not allow to do things right. Now, the proposal comes from someone that was sitting, whose campaign was financed by bankers and developers poised to profit from this TIF. So I do understand the attempt to skew things. So we should turn down this timeline.
Andrew Rosno, Ward 6. I'd like to echo all of the comments about doing it right, not doing it quick. And I'm a little concerned by the fact that this motion was made, that there's an underlying assumption that the stuff the council is voting on today isn't necessary to make the decision on the TIF. That if the survey isn't done by then, well, the meeting's happening anyway, and we're just going to make a decision. So I encourage the council to not rush the survey and make sure that we're not voting as a city on this until the results of the survey and the results of the election are in.
Thank you, Councilmember Sean Rieger, representing the developer tonight. And we've heard a lot of rhetoric tonight, a lot of charged rhetoric, a lot of misinformation rhetoric. I just appeal to you that we do support the motion to have this survey done in an appropriate time. I do want to correct the record, council members, and just with all due respect, the delay has not been on our part. We asked for those postponements because of the statutory TIF committee. And as the statute itself says, the results of the statutory TIF committee has to go forward at the planning commission, basically at the same time as the zoning and plating. And I think the city did good work in working through the statutory TIF committee with Emily Pomeroy and your consultants, and that worked through its process. We were simply holding for that process. That's all we were doing. And then it worked, and I appreciate you articulating the timeline because that's exactly how it played out. Once the statutory TIF committee got done, we were ready. I think importantly, the statute lays out a detailed path and a detailed plan. And that's why the election is not a part of it. And I think partly because these are complicated, as you looked at the Commerce Department. This is the Planning Commission agenda. It's 190 pages. It's all out there. It's all out there for everybody to see and review. I'm getting there, Mayor, yes. So that's a lot of information to come through and put into a survey. So we just appeal that we do this timely, but we have the ability to make sure it's properly done. Thank you.
Paul Bell, Ward 4. I have a question I'd like the council to address, and how is it that every time a citizen comes up here to say something not to the point, they get cut off? But developers can come up here and say whatever they damn well please, whenever they want to say it, and you don't stop them.
I have a question. Cindy Rogers, still Ward 4, haven't moved yet. Been there 27, 28 years, whatever. I have a question. Will we have a definite project plan before the survey is done? Because this is what the Statutory Review Committee said, got to see. And, you know, there's watches, but it doesn't tell you what's going to be there. So are citizens going to know the details of the plan? This was a draft. And this is what the Statutory Review Committee saw, which wasn't even the details of what was revealed at the latest OU press conference. It was different. So what are we putting before citizens? The plan? A concept? A draft? I think we should know what we're talking about and have some details finalized before a survey is done.
Mark Campbell, Ward 2, postpone the survey. I need more time for opposition. There has been no presentation of this proposal in this chamber. We don't have a central library to research this plan. Former council member and UNP TIF Oversight Committee member Robert Castleberry in 2016 said, from a financial standpoint, it is a success. Chamber president, resounding success. I mean, excuse me, I don't want to step on any Chamber of Commerce president's barking lap poodle, But one calls a point of order. One does not simply have an orange neck-craning emotional outburst castigating constituents that elected him over the chamber president. But if this TIF is a success, that is in the past tense, present tense, a success. It is so successful the TIF ended. The project area included this parcel. Therefore, if the district is successful, and by simple dint of the tax receipts it is not blighted. It remains prime real estate in the center of our state, in the center of our country on a multi-international highway, prime virgin prairie land. These players are lying on their face. They are lying to you about the conditions on which they are applying for the TIF. A survey doesn't matter. Don't bargain with liars. A survey is bargaining. And remember, at the tippy top of the City of Norman organizational chart is not City Council, Mayor, City Manager, or OU. It is the citizens of Norman. Put this to a vote of the citizens.
Tassie Hirschfeld, Ward 5. I'm a professor of the Department of Anthropology, a licensed social scientist. It is nowhere near enough time for a robust, meaningful survey, especially one on an issue this big. My second comment is just that overwhelmingly I am seeing the people in favor of this proposal asking for an enormous amount of public money and showing at every stage complete contempt for the public. It doesn't go well, no one trusts you, and the more information that we can get about how the public actually feels, the more qualified we are to make meaningful decisions. So, thank you.
Russell Rice, Ward 2. How long has this thing taken? It's rhetorical, I know y'all can't answer, but it's like 3 years, right? 4 years? Laura and I both first heard about it when we attempted to be appointed together. It didn't work. She won. Best person won, though. It's been 3-4 years. What's another month or two? Why the hurry? It's something a person who has to be in control wants to do. We have to wait anyways, right? Let's not push it forward. Let the team do the job that they're supposed to do on their own timeline. So, can't wait for the next one. You'll have a great day.
Hello, my name's Allison Petrone, Ward 3. Y'all finally got me down here. It's been a while. My question on this amendment would be, I don't know if you all saw the most recent Norman Public Schools school board meeting, and this topic was being discussed in detail, and the board members were requesting that they have an opportunity to have an impact study done on them, because by their discussion, they understand that this particular TIF would defund Norman Public Schools. So I am wondering if on your survey, I agree with you about how the questions are asked, and especially the budget implications. Would you be willing to also include Norman Public Schools in that? Because those of us who have kids there are actually really concerned about that topic as well. And would you be willing to adjust a date such that they could get their impact study done? Because they're having some real heartburn about this. So that's my questions.
Any more comments? Seeing none? Councilman Fuller?
Miss City Attorney, question. And I apologize, I don't know, because having an assistant city manager is very new. When council appointed the city manager to approve contracts up to $50,000 without council approval, does that power apply to the assistant city manager as well?
Ooh, I don't think so. I think, I can pull it up real quick, but I believe it specifically says the city manager, and what that really says is, it actually may not say the city manager, let me just pull it up. I think what it says is council must approve contracts over 50,000.
Okay, because I question that because our current city manager is out for a week, and so TikTok, that would take time away on the survey. as well. And we would have to find a vendor to engage with, enter into a contract. If the city manager has to be here, that will not be until next week. And then that eats more time into it. And like former Councilmember Patron had noted, this also is an issue with our public schools. And that's something I meant to say earlier, but I was so overwhelmed with everyone. So given the timing on this and the tight turnaround, and as someone who is an academic, I don't believe that we would get sufficient data, or it'd be very skewed because very friendly people can go on and click a lot of links a lot of times. So I will not be voting in favor of this.
Okay. I was correct. It does say the city council must approve all contracts. Contracts under 50,000 aren't all required to be approved by the city manager. We have internal policies that deal with that, and our assistant city manager has been appointed by Daryl as the acting city manager, so I would see no issue with her being able to sign a contract with Amber Integrated or any other.
Sentiment remains. Oh, I said my sentiment remains.
Okay. Councilmember Peacock.
So we just sat up here and listened to person after person get up here and tell us how much of a slam dunk no this project was. But somehow 5 weeks isn't long enough to craft a yes or no question to this issue. It might not be as slam dunk as it appears then, is all I'm going to say. Thanks.
Thank you. So my concern about not doing this is I don't know what's going to happen on July 23rd. I don't know if this is going to come forward. It looks like it is, regardless of what we've done tonight. And I don't know if there's 5 votes in July to postpone it. And I don't know if the applicant will postpone it. I don't know if a judge will intervene. So my concern about not doing this, having a deadline for the survey, is we don't get it back by the 23rd, and it comes to this floor for a vote, and we have nothing no public feedback like that to even look at. So we'd have no public vote, we'd have no survey, we would just be, what did I read on Facebook, what do I think about this over the last year that we've been talking about it? So that's kind of my concern about not having a date certain is, does this come forward on July 23rd for a final vote? And there's nothing for the council to look at in that regard. I would, like I said before, to me, the survey should be very simple. And the question about MPS, I think, is a good one. I'm not sure how to word a question about that. But to me, 2 questions maybe. One, do you support a 100% 25-year commitment to this entertainment district or whatever, and then whatever may be applied to MPS. But 2 questions, I would think that could get out in 5 weeks, get put together and get out in 5 weeks. But that's my concern about not doing this, is we could end up in a situation where we don't have it at all and there's a final vote, and I don't know how that final vote might go in July. So I have an idea of how I think it will go. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Councilmember Schuler?
Yeah, I agree with the comments from Councilmember Holman. That is also my concern. Catherine, as the original resolution stood, it said a report of the survey results shall be provided to the city council at a public meeting prior to its consideration of the project. Would that bind the future council to not hear the TIF or have the TIF vote until they get this survey back? If we do not have a date on it?
Yeah, if the resolution stands, that would be. Gotten some communication from Tiffany Versky, our communications director. Typically, this firm, it's not a button you put on the website and everyone can go click yes or no. That's not scientifically valid. They typically advise for 10 days in the field. That means that they're out surveying folks, but it depends on the response date. Typically, it's more than 2 questions because they want to know your ward, your Democrat or Republican, male, female, those kind of things to make sure it's statistically valid in a appropriately randomized survey. There are instances where they can't get enough responses, so they've extended time. I think that happened, I want to say that happened on the bridge bond, but it may have been the Weather Museum. But sometimes they get those responses faster than they expected. So what that's going to take, I don't know. We've pulled the Weather Museum questions and looked at those. So we have, those background questions are obviously easy questions to include. It is a fairly simple question of, are you aware of the project? And do you support it as proposed? And we're looking at ways to include that wording in a question so that it's not overly complicated, but also a true statement of the facts of the project. So that will be done this week, and then they will, I would assume, hit the ground running after that. And if you tell us it needs to be done by July 16th, that's what we'll communicate to them. And as long as they're able to get enough responses, that may very well be achievable.
So just so I'm understanding, the original resolution would require that this gets done before it goes to a vote of council, however long that takes. If we have a date certain and the survey is not statistically valid at that point, what could a future council do? Would that just, that's the date certain, if we don't have it, we don't have it, and they move forward with the vote without it? Or are they still required to extend past that date certain to get the results before they make the vote on the TIF?
I think that would depend on council feedback. We'd certainly want some formal action by council to either extend the time for the survey or extend the.
So that would be up to the future council?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Button doesn't work?
Oh, she's hit it too many times.
Okay.
Well, I tried to hit it once and it wouldn't light up.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I can talk very, very loud. Ms. Walker, when you were talking about the survey, it's very simple, very few questions. It doesn't seem like it goes into great detail about the TIF financial situation. It seems more of like, do you want it, yes or no, without any kind of like backstory. I walked down the hall yesterday at work, and one of my coworkers said, hey, I saw something about the city of Norman in an arena. And I had to sit down, and it took me almost 30 minutes to explain it to her. It was a civics lesson she didn't ask for. And so I'm not sure that this survey would really capture the breadth and the depth of the issues. And so I know we got an amendment on the table, but I'm about to request a postponement on this because I think there's just far too many questions. Far too many questions. I don't know. I mean, like.
It is hard to sum it up.
Like who's writing the
190
questions?
pages into 2 questions.
Yeah. That doesn't, like, I'm feeling a no on all of
What we've done in the
this.
past is we have tried to draft questions and provide them to
Right.
the expert consultant, who then makes changes as they deem appropriate. But part of it is educating them about the project as well, so they know what to ask.
Okay. Interesting. So this was sort of tossed in as like a backup to 21, and I'm not feeling so very strongly about it since we have to give a lot of commitments with very little information on how we would even do it. Yeah, I think I'm just going to be a no overall on this one, guys. It's not good enough.
Okay, anything else from council members? Council members? The question on the amendment of the resolution is still Resolution 22. The amendment of the resolution is for Section 7 of that resolution that will say, report of the survey results will be provided to the city council at a public meeting by July 16th, 2024. Council members, you may cast your votes. Predictable.
All votes have been fails by a vote of 3 to 6. Voting in support, Councilmember Peacock, Councilmember Ball, and Councilmember Heikla. Mayor Heikla.
All right. Now it stands unamended. You want me? Tired of hearing it. I'll read it again. Item number 22, a resolution directing the city manager to engage a qualified firm to conduct a survey regarding the proposed Rock Creek Entertainment District to gauge community support for the proposed tax increment financing of the project, with the results to be to be provided to the city council prior to its consideration of the Rock Creek Entertainment District proposal and providing for an appropriation of funds in the amount of $15,000. Council members.
Now we're back to the resolution, the main motion, ready for public comment.
Okay. Prior to council members, we're going to sit down now and have public comment on the resolution as it was before. Who wants to speak?
No, wait.
Wait.
This item was signed up for ahead of time? Yes, I did. Okay, but you need to wait till I call you in the order. Okay. His same process will apply, the limited 30 minutes, 2 minutes per speaker, no yielding of time. The first speaker is Amy Serrato.
Hi, my name is Amy Serrato, Ward 5, and I think doing a survey is a great idea. I wish it had been done a year ago, so thank you for calling for it. It kind of feels like a little too late in the process, but I'm also concerned about who is writing the questions, who the firm is that's going to be hired. Remember that we've been fighting the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority for the past 2 years, and all we've had is propaganda after propaganda with companies writing the traffic justifications and then getting the $100 million contracts. I would like to see the city of Norman make sure that the firm you hire doesn't have a conflict of interest. And those would be firms like Garver, EST, MCEC, and such that are making hundreds of millions of dollars off the Access program. It's really important that we write fair questions that ask what we really want to know. And I agree that it should be just about the TIF. I also agree that we need to educate the public what TIFs are, because they're super complicated. And we've spent the last week diving into the details of what a TIF is and trying to explain to the public what they mean. And my conclusion is they're bad for municipalities. And they never work out the way we think they're going to work out. And I'd like to see private companies pay. And so I'm concerned because of the AIM Norman questions that have come out, which are very slanted towards pro-turnpike and pro-development. I'm concerned that this survey will be just like that. So please think about the conflicts of interest when you're hiring the firm to write these questions, and please make sure that the questions are fair and unbiased so we get enough data that we can make the right decision. Thank you.
Riley Worley. Andrew Rosenau. Oh, I'm sorry, never mind, you didn't sign up for this one. My bad. Mayumi Windler.
Hello, Amy Windler, Ward 2. I would like to echo the previous commenters' comments that we should have had this survey a long time ago to even see if this is something that the people of Norman actually want. I am also concerned about the quality of the questions that are going to be asked in this survey, and I am concerned about the population that is going to, be answering it. Like, how is the survey going to be conducted? Is it going to be phone calls? Is it going to be online? Is it going to be in person? But yeah, I think we do need a survey. Thanks.
Dave Moore.
Well, I think if we seen anything tonight, is that this issue, especially the survey, is extremely more complicated than it appeared to be. And I wonder if that's not by design. The idea of a survey is interesting, but I hope it doesn't turn out to be like the AIM-Norman survey, public comment, meetings thing that took place earlier this year where a total of 97 people attended. I think we need to have a lot more specifics if we're going to do a survey, especially like, it's been suggested that you need 60% of a population to show that you have support for an idea. Well, let's say Norman has 75,000 voters, 60% of that's 45,000. What's going to be our baseline for this survey? 100 voters, 1,000, 10,000? Do we have an idea? It should be a lot. And I think if we don't have any specifics for it, it's just like I think Stephen was alluding to, there's a July 23rd date to where it's kind of like a deadline to where if you guys don't have something to show for your efforts, there's going to be a vote happen. I think that date, at the very least, has got to be pushed back. That's crazy. It's way premature. And I also think you better make sure that artificial intelligence is not used to get the survey results. Thank you.
Marguerite Larson.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. So I understand about the essence of a survey. I'm very confused as to, is a survey going to supersede an election? Does this mean that if the survey comes back, that we are not going to have an election, which doesn't make any sense to me because, again, we don't know how many people are actually surveyed out of the community. That's my one concern. My second concern is the way this is written, because it's so easy to skew things, and whether intentional or unintentional, it could happen. So I don't know how you're going to, as a council, I'm assuming that you guys will be the ones to hire someone to come in. I don't know what questions you're going to ask to actually interview the people who are doing the survey to make sure that it is a valid survey. So that is my biggest concern, and I still feel that it needs to go to a vote of the people regardless of what the survey suggests. Thank you.
Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I want to speak in favor of the current item. It would have been problems if it was amended, but now that we're actually asking for a scientific survey, I do want to remind the council, though, that we've heard from, I guess, 3 people who are social science professors in this room, and me, who studies social science professors. They're dogged. And we'll know whether or not this survey was any good when it comes out. So let's take the time to get it right and see what the support is and what the degree of support is. And it would be really nice to know what it was that Norman citizens were looking for in a program like this. So what gives them heartburn and what they're interested in. So I don't think this is going to be a simple survey. I think this dovetails really nicely with the election idea because it gives all the people who are going to be involved in the election an idea of where the electorate stands as well. So, I think sort of like Councilmember Nash said in his earlier discussion of the prior issue. I mean, I think this gives everyone time to sort of make their case. And that's really what I'm concerned about as before. The important thing about this survey and the election and the talk that it's going to generate is that everyone is going to be reaching into their big bag of facts about what is going on with TIFs, what this particular TIF looks like. And I think the closer you look at the financing for this TIF, the worse it looks. So I really do think we want to do something to make sure that we're getting this discussion. And that's my phone, sorry.
The next speaker is Judith Coker, and then following Judith would be Dan Munson.
Coker, Ward 3. I support a survey of residents in addition to a citywide vote. Some cannot and will not vote. A survey will provide another dimension through which we can grasp the will of the majority of those in Norman. I'm well aware that a survey can be skewed by its creators to produce a desired result, and those have been produced by Norman in the past and time. I am trusting in the honesty of the current people serving the city to provide a neutral survey with a balanced set of answers, and to administer the survey and report its results in a fair and unbiased language. Failure to do this will further alienate Norman citizens. As to the content, although Marie Antoinette probably didn't say, "Let them eat cake," when the citizens of Paris wanted bread, the story points out a truth about community resources and assets. Too often those in control of assets decide the citizens need cake when they would prefer bread, something more substantial and nourishing. And too often they would like the citizen to not only buy the cake, but pay for the ingredients, the oven, the packaging, and the subsequent cleanup. I'm optimistic about Norman citizens. I believe if given a choice, they would prefer this community offer its citizens something more nourishing than specialty shops, bars, and entertainment.
Following Mr. Munson is Rob Norman.
Dan Munson, Ward 6. So the survey. I'm in favor of a survey, but I am lacking a lot of information in order to accurately and thoroughly provide results to a survey. Like, I still don't understand the revenue. I don't understand the revenue of the arena. I wish I did. I wish I could say, all right, there's 18 men's basketball games a year. Each one is going to drive $250,000. I wish I knew that. I just don't. I don't think anyone in here knows that information. I really don't. And so I think everyone needs to understand, what's the revenue? How much revenue will parking create? If we have that information, I think everyone in this room could provide a much better result to a survey. So that really concerns me. And you know, when we look at this study here by Polestar, they identified 17 venues. I want to go to concerts in Norman. I really do. I'm tired of driving to Paycom or up in Oklahoma City. So I want to go here. One of the areas that they missed on this report was the Riverwind. Riverwind probably has more concerts than any venue in the Metroplex. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Rob Norman, Ward 3. Clearly, my instinct is more information, more good information, more hard data, more hard evidence. As that comes in my role of studying this, it seems to get worse to me. Now, but a survey in conjunction with an election is a good idea if properly done. We've done that before at the City of Norman. Now, I would say there's some cautionary tales. Some of you remember the 2020 bonds. We hired Pat McFerrin, I believe, Voter Information Strategies. He came trotting up here telling us how many people favored these bonds in 2020 and how we were going to do great. And there were some people up on the dais who knew what they were talking about and said, wait, you didn't ask the right questions. Go back and ask the right questions and then see what it comes back. He actually went back and asked some of the right questions, and it started to go down. And what ended up happening is a survey that showed 66% of likely voters in favor of the bonds turned into an election that generally ran about 55 to 58, depending on the question, against the bonds, and they went up in smoke. So you've got to be, Amber Integrated is a good vendor. And I'm a little concerned about we're writing questions. Who's writing questions? Because quite frankly, I don't think anyone is really acting in the city's best interest that's in the room on this thing right now. That's my big problem. We have taken the first number out of the box. The foundation has said, you guys pay for it. We'll put down 25 mil, you put down 600 mil. Okay, sounds good, great, transformational. Usually you don't do that in a business deal. Usually you don't do that in a partnership deal. Let's not do this here. Whoever is involved in this needs to be acting in the city's best interest. Thank you.
Robert Kobianki.
Yeah, I'm actually anti-survey because I don't think there's a better survey you can get than actually just letting the people vote on it. And if you want to take that for what it's worth, then those are the people that really matter. I mean, I didn't vote when I was younger, and I look back and I'm like, how stupid was I? My old father-in-law used to be on city council, love the guy. I couldn't even go against him. He was right, Dr. Griffith. I was pro him every time, and I used to argue with him about stuff whenever I was with his daughter. But I trust city council to do the right thing, but if I can't trust city council to put this to a vote, what is a survey going to do? This is a waste of money. Like they were talking about how the vote is going to cost us $30,000. I heard $20,000 somewhere else. Put that $15,000 toward the vote, and then you have your answer. And if city council wants to do whatever they're going to do, I mean, I know Peacock's already told me he doesn't care. He's going to vote the way he's going to vote. So I mean, Ward 2, I feel like I'm not represented. So I mean, you're not listening. You're just arguing against everybody. I'm your constituent. You're doing what you want to do. That's fine. I mean, you said you won the election. You won. Congratulations. Okay, fair. So my apologies. I'm new to this. So I would say wasting money on a survey is not where we need to put this. I don't trust the questions either. Thank you.
Scott Martin. Following Scott will be Celia Elwell.
A lot of words bantied about the last 20 minutes or so about validity, honesty, integrity of the process, and even, I think, expressed by some of you and many in the room. And so you're wanting to put forth an idea that is wrought with these issues from the get-go, and we're all then concerned about what's the final product going to be. So I think you take that into consideration. That being said, there have been some other things that have taken place in the recent past. In the last year, many of us in the room, including you, were involved in the One Norman visioning process. This particular project was recommended by that broadly adopted, accepted, diverse group of citizenry. In addition to that, statutory TIF committee, which has the largest amount of stakeholders that could be impacted negatively or positively by this project, they were on the statutory TIF committee, and they recommended to you that you adopt this project. In addition to that, it was mentioned earlier to much chagrin, but there were elections this year. 3 out of the 4 incoming council members that are going to be in these seats were for this project. So surveys, votes, polls have been taken. People have cast their opinion in myriad of different ways. And so I would suggest that the survey is not needed. What needed is the project. So I hope you reject this and vote for the project at the appropriate time.
Following Celia is Pamela Post. Is Celia still here? Okay, Pamela Post.
Sorry, I had Mr. Martin speaking over my ears, so I couldn't hear you. I'm with Ward 5. My name is Pam Post, and I am very happy that you are going to let me speak to you for the third time tonight. I have listened to Dr. Hirschfeld, Dr. Serrato come up here and speak, and they represent the University of Oklahoma as employees and also as private citizens of the city of Norman. I have listened to Sean Rieger bring up a big packet of stuff here and say, this is the plan, but me and several people in this audience that I heard him imply that we weren't intelligent enough and that our education wasn't good enough from the University of Oklahoma to be able to decipher that plan. Put out a survey with the right questions. We are educated, we are citizens, we look at this information, and we tell you what we think. Surveys can be skewed. I agree. There needs to be a time limit on it, but there needs to be enough time to adequately develop a survey that represents what the information you all need and what we need to make an intelligent vote to tell you what we want to do about a TIF project. That's my opinion. Thank you all very much. You all have a nice evening. You all do too.
Debbie Burleson. Following Debbie is Alex Lampier.
Am I allowed to speak now?
Yes, ma'am, please do.
Thank you. My name is Faye Wenner. I live in Ward 4 and Ward 2, I'm sorry. What I was going to say before is that the city's money, which is our taxpayer money, should be spent on the needs of the city of Norman and its citizens, not on a business venture of the university. We have been through this once before, a TIF sold to us by the university, and it has not worked out very well at all. And I would say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. OU claims that it has raised about 80% of the money necessary to build this project and wants the city to furnish all the other 20%. I think that the university should either raise the other 20% from private investors, that is, as it has already done for the 80%, or how about the university putting its own money into this project? I don't believe that 1 penny of our taxpayer money should go into this venture of the university. Thank you.
Is Debbie Burleson here? Okay. Go ahead, come on, Alex.
Outside here, Ward 2, I'm actually pretty indifferent about the survey. I want to echo Robert's sentiment here. I don't think we should pay for this since this project has kind of been like forced upon us. The majority of the room doesn't want this project, so why should we have to pay to find out how much debt we're going to be straddled with? I think a vote of the people is a sufficient survey. Thank you.
Russell Rice.
All right, what are you doing?
Like now? Like now? Okay, hang on. I'll get you. What? No.
No, she said Russell Rice.
Russell.
Russell Rice, Ward 2. There was only 3 people in the room that voted against it, but I guess we're down to 2. And those 2 should absolutely fill the room. I don't think they are. I don't think they can recall what it's like to be out here. So I am for the amendment. I'm for the survey. Thank you.
Cindy Rogers. Mark Campbell's follow Cindy Rogers.
Cindy Rogers, Ward 4 still. As a social scientist, it's really hard to imagine how would, and then also as a citizen of Norman that's been in the TIF watching business since 2006, come for the TIF, stay for everything else. I would say that we are kind of in a pickle right now because there's so much controversy, and no matter what survey you put together, somebody's not going to be happy, and the questions aren't going to be good. I do have serious concerns about who makes the questions, who vets the questions. I know there's an entire department at OU that specializes in surveys, and I guess I would appreciate if there was some sort of oversight on the balanced, people sitting down to vet the questions, maybe council, just to try to pick out any of those things that were unintentionally biased or one-sided, because it's very easy to write the questions for the answers you want. And so I see this just carrying on more of our conflict, and it being more about not the information and more about just what do you want. So I have concerns with the process of a survey, although information and surveys I generally support as a way to get more information, but I'm for votes better. Thank you.
Mark Campbell, Ward 2. I just want a presentation on the Arena District in this council before we have a survey. You're asking us all of these questions on things. It's almost like clandestine meetings. You're asking us our opinion on things that are vaporous to us. Thank you.
John Rieger, followed by Scott Christian.
Thank you, Councilmember Sean Rieger, representing the developer, and I appreciate Mark Campbell's request for a presentation, because in 2 nights you will have one in this chamber at Planning Commission. And that's the process. The process is pretty straightforward. We go through a defined process of statutory TIF committee, Planning Commission, public hearings, as Catherine told you about, and this city council. It is a complicated process. Our concerns with the survey, I think, are similar, Councilmember. How do we write this? The development agreement is a 30-page document. The project plan is a 20-page document. The PUD's a 20-page document. The preliminary plat and all of those documents, that is all the TIF, all of that. How do we do this? How do we do this so that it's fair to both sides, applicant included? How do we write a survey that addresses all of that in any fair way? I don't know how you do that. We believe stick to the process. The process, I think, probably was laid out by the statute through the legislature for probably these reasons, because it is so in-depth, it is so complicated, that it takes all of these meetings and considerations. We have been meeting with you for a long time, and staff, to go through all of this. It would be almost impossible to put this into a survey, so we ask that you consider that, please. Thank you.
Is Scott Christian here? Keith Brewster?
Keith Brewster, Ward 8. And by the way, I was called away at the last minute. I couldn't vote on the voting day. But my choice was not arena, no arena. My understanding, Scott Dixon got wrong. I didn't have a choice because I believe both of the candidates said that they were going to be basically for it, or they thought more people were for it than against. But I think we see tonight the survey results should show something similar to who showed up and decided to spend an entire evening here. And so I think we should have a survey, take that in consideration when you vote. Obviously, if we can vote, that's preferred. I expressed before the proper wording of the survey. But I would also add, maybe it'd be helpful when we put in the survey, as someone else mentioned, we rarely do a business deal at my house or at my work where the very first proposal is what you accept. You come and you have some negotiations, so maybe the survey should ferret out. I think most people are against it. And then find out why and what is maybe more palatable there. And maybe what they suggest, maybe it's more funding from OU versus the city. And maybe it's just do something different there that would actually bring people from out of town instead of the same old thing that we already have an arena, we already have basketball teams. Except now we're in a hostage situation apparently, where they might leave. Well, then we're not talking about a city public-private partnership. We're talking about a hostage situation. So that's what it seems to me to be. But a survey would get us into where we might know some more about what's the best plan for that area.
Is Sarita Wilson here? I didn't see her, but, okay. Paul Wilson?
I was beginning to think I was going to snub twice. Paul Wilson, Ward 1. I don't mind a survey, but I think at this point it's a little too late. Because if you're going to hear it on the 23rd for a vote, and you don't have that survey by then, you're not getting the right information. And to be honest, as a rideshare driver, I'm tired of taking people from Norman to Oklahoma City every weekend, to Bricktown, to the Paseo District, to the Midtown. I mean, don't get me wrong, it pays well more to take them to the city than it does across town in Norman. But at the same time, I'm also seeing more and more Norman tax dollars going to Oklahoma City, going to Moore, going to Edmond, going to other venues. And for the people talking behind me, I mean, I didn't really talk when you guys were talking, so please give me the respect. So I don't mind the survey. If you're going to do it, I would have rather seen the amendment pass where we had a timeline when you guys were going to get it, but we're not. So who knows when we're going to get the survey back? It'll probably be after this is even voted on, so just, that's all I got.
Luigi Pavani?
Luigi Polvani, Ward 4. I would like to correct the record on what Scott said about One Vision Norman. That process was a farce. I was part of it, and it was made only to be able to, it was incredibly frustrating. It was very opaque, it was a mess, and it was done just to be able to say, we did some public process, we got people input, we ignored it, we did a terrible work at it, but technically, we did it. On the survey, it's throwing good money after bad. We could survey 100% of the city by having a vote. That's simple, that's fair, that's clear. For the survey, it really depends how the questions are asked. Are you asking people if they want the same tale that Scott was spinning? Everything's beautiful, everything's great. Do you want to ask them if they read 190 pages, like our friend the developer was saying? Or you asking them if they want to be burdened with $4.5 grand of debt and get nothing out of it, if not a wrecked city budget? how you pose the question, it's incredibly important.
Paul Arcaroli. Paul? This will be the last speaker, if he takes all of his time.
So right now, Paul Arcaroli, Ward 3, right now, there's a really low level of trust. I can just speak personally, I have a very low level of trust for this whole process. And the funny thing is, I mean, I'm an OU graduate, I'm an OU employee, and I'm an OU retiree. So I really want the best for the university, but not at the expense of my community. So the survey, very important. It's important that we do it right, and we hire the right firm, and we put the right money behind it. And I'm sorry, but it has to delay the final vote on the project. It needs to delay it. We've been waiting for a long time. A long time. They could wait a couple more weeks. Thank you.
Okay. Dustin Metzger? Is Dustin here? Judith Wilkins? Okay, I didn't see Judith. But Jenny Sperling? Mary Francis?
I think that several people have already said it. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Paul.
Debbie Burleson. Mark Wagner? There's 1 minute left, Mark.
Okay, just to reiterate a couple of things. One is a survey really is not that important because when you start looking at the different questions and the way they can be worded, it can lead to false information. If you have different areas, like Ward 5 would be a whole lot harder to poll and survey than the other wards because we're so spread out. In addition, the reason we don't have enough information, most people don't know what a TIF is and understand how it takes tax dollars. They'd have to be informed in how that would affect their tax payments. And part of that is the fact we don't have information is we don't have any information from you guys. I get more information from the local news station talking about the $1 billion entertainment district that's going in Norman, like it's a done deal. Just like this 21 talks about the Rock Creek Entertainment District, like it's a done deal. And so that's where the
10 minutes and be back here at, let's take 13 minutes and be back here at 10:15, please.
I don't see Dan Munson, Ward 6 favorite. He might have already gone. I know he was there. Well, Dan, I hope he can hear me. But to answer his question, he keeps asking, he doesn't understand the budget of the TIF district, and none of us do. And other people have said, wouldn't it have been helpful if you had done this survey a year ago? But what can we survey when we were never presented a plan? We asked for it for a very long time, and we were presented nothing. So we actually couldn't really do a survey. We keep hearing about, well, you have oncoming council members who the public voted for who were in favor of a TIF district. Well, if myself and Councilmember Schuler, the off-coming council members, did not choose to leave our seats, we would have won our re-elections. And you would not have those two oncoming favorable council members. And so I don't think that we should pin whether or not we do things based on oncoming or offcoming, I think, or just a specific council member. I think it should be based on what the public is telling us, and you're telling us in overwhelming numbers that you don't want this. So this is why I'm a no. I have seen behind the curtain of Oz for the last 4 years. There's not enough time for me to tell you the ways that bureaucracy will skew things or plan things that people don't really see or know. It happens. What you think is happening actually happens. And so I'm afraid the survey would not favor the public, that it would favor the TIF district. And knowing how the process goes, our item 21 is going to be challenged. And when it's in court, they will hold up survey results that say they imposed this vote, but here's this survey saying the public want it, and they will use it in their favor. I don't trust the results of this, so I'm just going to have to be a hard no on the survey. So in theory, I like the idea, but I know how it works. I've seen it and I know how it works, so I'm a no.
Councilmember Grant.
Yes. I'm generally supportive, although I do hear what Councilmember Foreman is saying. I will say things that I would like to see addressed in the survey is how residents want us to use TIFs if we actually do vote this through and this comes along, and how they would want us to address how we use TIFs by priority ranking. We've been talking about a TIF district master plan, and I just kind of would like to know, besides this UNP 4 and 5, what else this mechanism the public would like to see applied towards. If it's not this, what else? That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Montoya.
So I really appreciate Councilmember Schuler and her efforts on this item and all the work that she has put into it. I do love surveys. Anytime somebody calls me and asks me, will you please complete my survey, I absolutely will. Based on the dollar amount, I don't believe that we will get a quality scientific survey that will tell us the information that we really need, and $50,000 is a lot of money. I am skeptical of, who's going to write the questions and how many questions are going to be. I mean, there's just too many unknowns for me, and I will not be voting on this item. Plus, in my emails, I had very, very, very few people, and I know there's a couple of people that spoke here tonight in favor of the survey. I wish I could vote yes, but there's too many questions that will be unanswered for me to be in favor of this. So.
Yes, I know we've been here quite a long time. Just a couple of questions. The reason that I put this forward was because we have used surveys in the past, and we've used this specific firm in the past. So I just wanted to ask questions about, for our bridge bond survey, who crafted the questions? Was it the city, or did we give a general idea of what we were hoping to ask the public? And then the firm that we hired, did they actually craft the questions?
Yes, I believe the firm actually crafted the questions. Obviously, there had to be an education process to tell them about the bridge bond and the different, you guys at that time were looking at different options, a 10-year and a 20-year bond program. And so we kind of, I say we broadly, I was not involved personally, but walked through that with them, and then they developed the questions as the surveying experts.
And then they are the ones who are conducting it so that it is scientifically
Correct, and so.
statistically accurate. Or
Yeah, so they use
valid.
a mixed strategy to try and reach as many people, generally through text and phone calls. They have in the past given us a guarantee that it would be statistically valid, and they give us a margin of error up front, and then we agree to that prior to moving forward.
So, and we've also gotten presentations 2 times, I think, since I've been here, maybe even more, because I think we did some back, further back. So once we get the results, we do get all of those. We get a packet. They do a presentation with all of those. And, you know, we don't always know what we're going to get back from the survey. From the Weather Museum survey, we got back, I think, interesting information than what we expected to get back, just based on, I think, lack of knowledge of the project, or kind of what are you asking? And I think the quality of the bridge bond survey was because we had actual facts. We're asking taxpayers what they would be voting on, how much of the bond, how many years, what the increase would be. So I've seen this done well. I understand the potential distrust. I think we're getting into the minutia of this a little bit. And I still have concerns that, yes, we voted to send this to a vote of the people in item 21, the previous one. I know it's been a while since we did that. But that doesn't necessarily say that it's actually going to go, that it may be challenged. And if we don't have a survey, then there's going to be nothing that we potentially have from the public. And that is my concern. Outside of, you know, people coming here and speaking and all of the emails and things that we get. But so I respect where other council members are on this. I think that at this point, we all have to take our votes and kind of move forward.
Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. I was going to say something similar about the survey we did for the Weather Museum, or experience. It did not come back, I would say, very favorable for that. I think it showed us that it was not something we were willing to put to a vote of the people yet, based on that survey. So I know surveys don't always tell us what we want to hear, as far as most of us, I think, all of us maybe think that the Weather Museum is a good idea. And we did a survey and it came back and it wasn't particularly positive. So for me, $15,000 isn't a lot when we're trying to make a $600 million decision, or $1 billion decision, I guess. So, and all of us get to make that decision for $100 a month up here. So that's what I've been telling people, $1 billion decision for $100 a month. So it's just another tool that would help us have somewhat of a better understanding of public sentiment on this item. And I agree with Councilmember Foreman that there was not anything for us to send to a survey, because this project idea has changed and evolved since it was announced in September. It was originally, again, like $200 million, it was 20% contribution. It's evolved into 600 and 100%. I just saw the final site plan Friday when it was published for the Planning Commission meeting this Thursday. So, you know, I've been waiting for months. I've given feedback to them about what I'd like to see it look like as far as the site plan, and things have been getting changed about it, but I've been waiting myself to see what is even the final, what am I even going to be asked to vote on with this? And until recently, I wasn't sure exactly what proposal is going to be coming forward to us and what does it look like. So I'd say that's why we haven't sent out a survey until now, because we didn't really know what it is we would even be asking people to answer questions about. And so I do support this. And again, I just think it's another tool that could help us, the council, whenever that decision does come up, help the council understand a little bit better. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Nash?
Who's the survey, the polling service, is that?
The company we've used in the past, in the recent past, has been Amber Integrated.
Is that the same one from 2020, the bond questions?
No.
Thought that was kind of an interesting thing to learn tonight, that if it's the same name as, with that same service, they also handle the politicking of a certain local disorganization that then also assassinated the bond questions by sowing distrust within the, among the council. So that's an instance where you've got a survey operator presenting the results of one survey that they do and then assisting in another entity or another organization to turn the actual results of that, the following election around to have the opposite result. I do have a lot of confidence in the process. I have a lot of trust in the city and people that handle these surveys, but I want to have a tough time getting past that one. The only hesitation I have is that on this item has something that the first one doesn't, where the results are to be provided to the city council prior to its consideration of the Rock Creek Entertainment District proposal. Item 21 doesn't then push the dependency of the results onto the consideration of that future item. But I don't know, I'm siding with Councilmember Foreman here. I don't know if these results can be really trusted 100%, and it might do us more harm than good. So I guess I'm going to have to be a no on it.
Any further questions or comments from council? All right. The resolution directing the city manager to engage a qualified firm to conduct a survey regarding the proposed Rock Creek Entertainment District to gauge community support for the proposed tax increment finance of the project, with results to be provided to the city council prior to its consideration of the Rock Creek Entertainment District proposal, and providing for an appropriation of funds in the amount of $15,000. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion fails on a tie vote, 4-4. Councilmember Ball had to leave the meeting for an emergency.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, it is now time for miscellaneous comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to address City Council. Due to regulations, council is not able to participate in discussion during the miscellaneous comments. Remarks should be directed to the council as a whole and limited to 3 minutes or less. Do we have anybody signed up for miscellaneous comments?
Yes, sir, we do. Give me just a moment here. We'll start with Amy Serrato. Is Amy still here? Mayumi?
Hello, Amy Windler, Ward 2. Okay, trust in government is a very important thing. You know, we vote, we elect you. Please take that seriously. On another note, I am fostering a puppy from Norman's Animal Shelter, and she is progressing quite nicely. She was very, very scared when I first got her, and shelter life is not for her. And I know there are other dogs at the shelter that are in the same situation. There were a couple of dogs last week that were on a euthanasia list because they were not doing well in the shelter. So if anybody has space in their home, I would say, please foster. Thank you.
Dave Moore?
Okey-doke. I've been told by someone who knows about these things that the city council has been getting pressure from the developers in the area to rescind the No More Turnpikes resolution that council passed in March of 2022. This tells me that, unlike what the toll road cheerleaders say, that resolution still means something. It still has power and it has significance. It disturbs me greatly that there are people, some of them have been in this room, around our community and our state, who think it's okay to throw 600 families out of their homes. They think it's okay to destroy their homes, and it's okay to forcefully take their private property, all to build scam turnpikes that will not do what the builders promise. I also know there's a big component tying the turnpikes to the TIF arena projects we've been talking about tonight. It bothers me that there are people like that who think nothing about trashing our rights as Oklahomans and as Americans. It bothers me that there are people who think it's okay to drive away the wildlife, who think it's okay to poison our Lake Thunderbird water supply, and it's okay to rape the environment of North and East Norman, changing our city forever, not to serve the citizens, but to serve economic overlords who wish to rule over us. Because the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority has not fulfilled any of the conditions required of it over 2 years ago, because the OTA has instead chosen to ignore the requests made by this city over 2 years ago, and has instead decided to descend on our city like a pack of wolves, threatening our citizens with intimidating letters and frightening propositions, I believe it's time for this council to renew its resolve and to pass the new No More Turnpikes resolution that you currently have before you. Thank you.
Marguerite Larson? Marguerite? Stephen Ellis?
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. 3 issues for miscellaneous tonight. The first of which is that if the council is really concerned about the legal issues surrounding item 21, the election, the mayor should ask city legal to develop an adequate ordinance. The city clearly wants to vote before the council votes. That's really what the voice of the citizens has said tonight. So you should do what it takes to make that happen. Number 2, it's really actually kind of embarrassing that Norman's pro-TIF politicians want to shut down discussion about the economic specifics of the proposal when that proposal, has been pointed out several times, only came out at the beginning of last month with the specifics, right? It is complicated, but it's not so complicated that it can't be understood by the Norman citizens, which is why the freight train rush to get a vote on this as soon as the new council comes in is actually, frankly, really embarrassing. It makes Norman's development community look very, very suspicious. The TIF two-step, as I will hereinafter refer to it, was for politicians to say during the ward elections, oh, you can't complain about the TIF if you don't know anything about the specifics. And then, now that the specifics have been out for a couple of weeks, say, what? We've been talking about this for years. Where have you guys been? Time to move on, right? It's a 3-card Monte problem where people are trying to hide what they're doing, and they're hiding it from you for months, and now they're trying to rush it through before anybody can sit down and understand it. Well, I've read the stuff. I hope you at least read the stuff that I'm sending you about it. It's a terrible idea. Third point. A note on Robert's rules. When the chair makes a ruling that the body thinks is fundamentally unfair, say, for example, limiting public comment, the body can appeal the ruling of the chair. If the council thinks that the mayor is making a mistake in a particular kind of ruling going forward, or whoever's sitting in the chair's seat, right? And there is significant disagreement with that ruling, Robert's Rules of Order allows you to say, let's not do it this way. Appeal the ruling of the chair. That's the motion. If anybody, needs to have that written out, I have my trusty copy of Robert's Rules at home, so I can send you the actual procedural stuff. But there's no reason to limit public debate if most of the council doesn't think that's appropriate. All right? Thanks.
Dan Munson.
Hey, so first of all, thanks for working so late. You guys, you're not making much money at all doing this, and I know it's been rough. So thanks for hanging in there doing that. Same to staff. So let's approve overtime for them, right? Totally kidding. So with what we've talked about tonight, one of the things that has happened is the food tax elimination. I think it's going into place, is it August? I think it's August of this year. Is that, yeah? Okay, so what kind of impact is that going to have on our general fund and our collections? Will that have any impact on us? No? So we should be okay there? All right, good. Something much easier and lighter. We have beekeepers in our city, and the city has an application process if you want to be a beekeeper, and that costs $5. We need to get rid of that fee. We just need to eliminate it. We need as many beekeepers as we possibly can get. So let's just eliminate that $5 fee. We just don't need to do that. So thank you.
Rob Norman.
Rob Norman, Ward 3 still. I'm going to shift gears a little bit, kind of sort of completely, and talk a little bit about turnpikes. As Dave alluded to, we've gotten wind from some CMs that there is some pressure, I don't know where it's coming from, on this body to rescind a prior resolution. Again, I don't know where it's emanating from, but I'm hearing words that the OTA doesn't want to talk with the city and work with the city because of the resolution. Well, quite frankly, that's on the OTA. There's no reason in the world that they can't talk to the city, that they can't work with the city. It's gaslighting. And I would add that there's a common thread here. We're living in a very disruptive world where autocracy is no longer creeping up on us. The way we do politics, the way we seem to make policy now, is if I feel I've got the edge with the parliamentary maneuvers, or if I feel I've got the edge with the process and the statutes, I'm going to tell you what to do. I'm not going to ask you what to do. I'm not going to bother with the public comment. Oh, I may comply with the Open Meetings Act, but that doesn't mean much, folks. Back when this resolution was first enacted, a lot of you are the same, but some of you are different. I warned back then in front of this microphone and in emails, do not waver. Do not waver. There will be times when you will be asked to waver. A lot of people on the dais went, what are you talking about? I'm not going to waver. I'm against this thing. I told them, just you wait. As the years go on and the fight goes on, they're going to be putting pressure on you. They're going to be trying to tell you what to do. They're going to be trying to tell you, you guys have got to build all the roads around these turnpikes instead of them. That's if they come. And folks, it is not set in stone if they're coming yet. As we discussed with the mayor on a Monday night, where he came out to Ward 5 and talked to a whole lot of us folks, and it was a really good open meeting, it was a really good town hall. We may not have any silver bullets. We thought we did. We may not have any silver bullets, but we sure got a lot of shotgun shells left. And we got a lot of work to do to make things happen for us at the legislature, to make things happen for us and make sure the people's voice is spoken again. And it needs to be the same thing with this new TIF. Let's not let this freight train of autocracy take over our democracy.
Celia Elwell, she left, right? Pamela Post?
One last time, and I'm still in Ward 5. I don't know if all of this is connected, and I'm going to try to be very calm about it right now because I'm getting tired too. Back in 2021, OU announced that they're going to move from the Big 12 to the SEC. And that started a strategic plan that actually began in July 1 of 2020 called the Lead On University Strategic Plan. And that plan included facility projects, including a baseball, golf training facility, gymnastics, tennis center, the new softball field, which also had an inflation-adjusted budget of $42 million. When you go on their website and look, you can see renderings of all of those facilities. But it also said it had a basketball arena part of this campaign. They're in the process now of refreshing that campaign because they're halfway through it. And on their website, they do not have a conceptual picture of the arena. They have a rendering of a locker room for a gymnastics center. A locker room could be located anywhere. And then we talk about the turnpike coming in, or hopefully not coming in, and how it is going to disrupt and relocate 600 homes here in Norman. And that is a sad, traumatic thing for this town as a whole. And people are saying it's economic development. But yet you're going to have 600 families at least that are going to be displaced, moved, who cannot afford the new taxes on their new houses, who have been living out there on their land for 20, 30 years. And I just look at all of this coming together at the same time and look and try not to think or believe that there are people that are really out in the background saying, this will be good for all of the citizens and look at how much money I'll make off of it. That they're trying not to shove this down our throats, that they are actually going to listen to the citizens of Norman. Because we weren't considered stakeholders. This campaign by OU to raise all this money happens to be led by a lot of people, but their co-chairmen are Johnny and Brenda Jones, who happen to live in Austin, Texas, where the Moody Center is. The arena plans are in a book this thick that I'm not intelligent enough to read, and I count on all of you to read them and interpret them for us. Rob Norman's on the planning committee. He knows exactly what's going on with it. This TIF district is their plan. Okay, this $600 million TIF needs to be looked at and explained to everyone to where Councilor Peacock understands exactly how it's going to work, just like I understand it. Thank you all for listening to the citizens. We want to believe in our stakeholders, and that you all will listen to us and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Scott Dixon? Russell Rice?
Quick update here. Chatted with some folks over at a friend's house, just to give you guys some information. There's been one police interaction at a friend's house in the past month. One, just one single police instance. The police department and the sheriff's department think that our shelter is a success. It is working. It is helpful. Let's see. They have 90 unique folks last month, and 14 of them are employed and just can't afford to live out on their own. So if the shelter goes away, those people wouldn't have anywhere to sleep for the night. So how would they go to work the next day? These are real problems that we have to face now. We should be preparing a winter shelter, a bigger winter shelter. Just throwing that out there. It takes 6 months to set up a shelter, a bigger one, a better one. So, also, I think we made a mistake. We should have painted the water tower down on Lindsay in the Animaniacs style and had it be a tourist draw. Yeah, I got it. The Animaniacs tower. It's a cartoon. Anyways, thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Cindy Rogers?
Yep, still me, still Ward 4. So I'm wearing this fancy name tag because I was at a conference the last 2 days, bunch of economists, whoo, thrills. It was at the Noun Hotel and on OU campus, the 9th floor of Dale Hall Tower, which is, everybody, you should go up there. It's the best view of Norman ever. So you can't get into the rooms, but you could get up to get a view. Anyway, so this conference was mostly about auction theory, procurement, and a bunch of really smart people. And I actually don't do that area of economics so much. But we were talking about TIF with some folks. They're like, what do you do? And I was like, well, mostly I spend my time at City Hall talking about TIF. And honestly, they were just like miffed. Why would you want to do that? But the point I want to make is, if we're going to spend a lot of money, I feel like it should be something we could all be really excited about. And so here's a proposal. Take it, it's free advice or free proposal, so it might be worth nothing, but here it is. What if the city of Norman puts out an RFP and says, we want to invest $230 million in ourselves. What will you do with that? And see what comes up. Maybe it's weather museum. Maybe it's a softball sports experience extravaganza. Maybe it's a whole bunch of things. But, we never really started with, hey, folks, do you want a new arena? That came to city, which you should entertain things that come forward. So let's see what other ideas other people have. Maybe something exciting could come along. Thank you.
Mark Campbell?
Mark Campbell, Ward 2. The worm has turned again. Recall when our business community took credit for the Central Library as the crown jewel of Norman. Having meetings there, the library was the ultimate expression of what Norman could aspire to. Now that the crown jewels are not so firmly set, they have tossed it aside as a used tissue. Insecure business leaders are always looking for the next big thing, desperately hoping it will make them feel whole. They will never feel whole. They'll always feel empty. They try to convince us that we are lacking in vision, that we are suckers, that we are losers for not falling for their next big thing. By the way, you value what you spend time with. Where is OU President Joe Harris tonight? Does he value our money or does he just expect it? And now a quote. Football, beer, and above all gambling fill up the horizon of their minds. To keep them in control was not difficult. George Orwell, 1984. Thanks.
Paul Wilson? Yeah.
Paul Wilson, still Ward 1. You know the one thing nobody said tonight? Nobody congratulated the OU women's softball team on winning a 4th straight national championship. That wasn't what I really came up here to say, but I just thought of it when I was walking up here. I was like, man, I never even heard it tonight. We've heard a lot tonight. One of the big things that we keep hearing is $600 million, $600 million, $600 million. The fact is, it's going to cost $230 million to build it. The other part of that is the interest from the banks that we have to lend it from. Because I'm pretty sure everybody in this room has either bought a house or bought a car or bought something on credit. And when your friends come up and say, how much did you pay for that house? You don't tell them, hey, $779,000. Really? No, you tell them it was a $300,000 house. This entertainment district, or right now, I guess the arena and the parking garage, it's $230 million. Yeah, 600 sounds like a big number. It's funny how the big number always gets thrown out there, and not if you were just going to stroke it with a pen. I mean, that's some of the misinformation right there. Because when you start hearing 600 million, God, that's a big number. But on the other side, I'm just glad that this is actually getting put out there. I really wish everybody would do what I did, is I didn't listen to Facebook. God, that's a bad place to get your information. When I hear something on Facebook, I do my own research. Like I went to the statutory review committees, I go to the TIF committee meetings, I get the documents, I read the documents. Now, if I have questions, yeah, I'm going to ask them. But in the end, I find the answers for myself, not from Facebook. So, thank you guys for doing what you're doing. I know it's not a lot of money, especially for us being here, going on 11 o'clock now. So, I'm going to cut it off there. Thank you guys.
Dustin Metzger I can't remember if he was here earlier. Mary Frances left, I believe. Mark Wagner.
He's gone.
Daly.
I don't see him.
Scott West.
Scott West in Ward 4. I think each and every one of you deserve our appreciation and our gratitude for the work that you do. And I know that it's not very appreciated, you know. And yeah, I'm saying that before I say some negative things, so. But I don't come down here very often. And the reason I don't is because the people that sit up on the dais and everything, they take care of our town and our city for a long time. And you've done a great job for a long time, whether it's you individually or the person who sat there before you. But there's a few things in this particular issue that I have to just remind, I guess, each of us, which is you should never be intimidated or swayed by anybody or anything, nor should you intimidate or try to persuade someone else to do something they do not believe in. What I haven't heard a lot, I've heard people say the best interest of Norman, but we got up and talked, and I heard a lot of people say, I watch too many movies, so A Few Good Men, I heard a bunch of people get up here and say, you're going to hear a lot of words. But it's really about each and every one of you and each and every one of us. Norman grew roughly 22% from 2000 to 2014, and is scheduled to grow another 27,000 by 2030, taking us over 150. All right? Has each and every one of you, has Mr. Rieger, has Mr. Martin, has anybody looked at what our schools and our water and our stormwater are going to need to be? Because in 2020, we passed the 2020 document, which was supposed to research and analyze and provide strategy. Nobody said anything about that tonight. And each of you that went to school, whether it was with your grandmother in the backyard, canning anything, or chopping wood, whatever it was that we did, we all learned if somebody's trying to sell you something and they say take it or leave it, it's probably a bad deal. If somebody says these are the things I have to offer, you can do this or this or this, you can probably sell me something. And we know that. And we know that people are paid to come in here and try and convince us this way or that way. But I would implore you each individually to think about the things that we can do with money of that magnitude. If I were to be comical about it, I would say that I just used AI today to tell you that it takes $200 to $400 million to build a regional amusement park like Six Flags, right?
Sir, you're out of,
People will come to Six Flags and go to an OU football game, the same way they go to a Ranger game.
sir, you're out of time. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I'm sorry that we're limited. That's unfortunate, because some things are more important.
Paul Bell?
Good evening. Thank you all for the work you do for the city of Norman. I wish I were home right now. I wish you were home right now. But I just want to say something very briefly. Scott Martin referenced the Norman Visioning Task Force earlier and our support for the arena and the entertainment district. In the groups that I was in, that never even came up. Wasn't a priority. There were many wonderful things that people thought of that Norman could do in the future. That wasn't it. There may have been mentioning of entertainment areas, but I also noticed the only time I think I heard it mentioned was Scott himself at one of the general meetings. He threw that out there. But I knew that there was an effort going on behind the scenes to make sure that that got into the report. And sure enough, when the report came out, there it was, stuck in there as part of the expansion of entertainment opportunities in Norman, including a new basketball arena and entertainment district, which we never really discussed. In fact, the only time it ever came up in the general group is a consultant mentioned a new arena for OU, and there were general boos in the audience. So that's the level of support it had in that group. Now, if OU wants to build a new arena, that's their business. Investors want to build an entertainment district, that's their business. But if they want to use taxpayers' money to build something that they're going to benefit from, then it's my business and all of our business. And my only purpose of coming here tonight was to encourage you to keep listening to what the people of Norman really want. Listen to what they're really saying, not the words that other people who have other interests are trying to put into our mouths that weren't there to begin with. Sure, we want more entertainment in Norman. Sure, we'd love for OU to build a new arena. That would be great. But we want OU to build it. We don't want to build it for OU and then have them pay for it and use it part of the time. Please listen to the voice of the people and not the words that people are trying to put into our mouths. Vote on it. Let the people of Norman vote on how to fund this thing. Not on whether we have it or not. That's, again, not our business. But let us vote on whether we want to use our money to fund a facility that will benefit people who aren't paying for it. Thank you.
Cheryl Ann Denso? Winner.
Cheryl Ann Denso, Wards 4 and 6. I read today that OU secured an $80 million contract with USPS, the United States Postal Service, to train postal workers. I mean, it just was in the news today. So it just kind of boggles my mind why the city feels they need to financially support an entertainment district when our main library is going to cost at least $1 million to clean it up, okay, from the mold situation, and possibly the legal fees, because it wasn't constructed correctly in the first place and never really got going good, would cost at least $250,000 just in the legal fees for us to try to recoup something from the vendor, right? So my point is this. For the general population of just about everywhere in the world, libraries equal entertainment, okay? Not big venues. Libraries. Your local library equals entertainment. And knowledge is power. And that's where we educate our youth, from the base of our libraries. Thank you.
Chelsea Gravel. Carlinda, you're next.
Chelsea Gravel, Ward 4. Thank you all for hearing me once again. I wasn't actually going to speak tonight, but I'd just like to correct some information that was just shared with you. I am just looking at the daily incident reports, and I'm up to day 4, and I've already found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 incidences where the police were called for the shelter. And one of those was a fire gas leak on 6/3 at 1920. I think that that's pretty alarming with the fact that we don't have any sprinklers and will be held liable if there is a fire. Thank you for your time.
Carlinda Gravel, Ward 4, Council, Mayor, thank you for your time this evening. I'd like to take a moment to ask some questions in regards to the city auditor's report to council at the study session on May 21st, 2024, beginning at about an hour. I would like to ask, because it's been my understanding that council is the one to award contracts, and so no disrespect intended, just all simply questions. If our city attorney or attorney team that creates the contract, whoever was awarded the RFP, and the contract was not sufficient or they weren't capable of creating an appropriate contract, should our city attorneys go to another source that would be more knowledgeable in creating an appropriate contract? Because it looks like we've been in some pretty dire situations over this past year and 7 months where we could have been held liable as a city for issues that could have occurred at the shelter at 109 Gray. So this was the contract K2223-56 between April Dossier of Food and Shelter for a friend's house at 109 West Gray. Also, the RFP that was put out, there was also a response from Salvation Army, who has also had a lot of knowledge and experience at running a shelter. So just kind of curious, their proposal was for $200,000, over $200,000 less. They felt that women and children were of a higher priority. They were going to provide case management, a meal, but the contract was actually awarded to someone who, it appears over this auditor's investigation, did not have the qualifications or the knowledge to be able to conduct operations at the shelter without every single thing having to be in a contract, including that they needed to have a separate checking account for the funds they were receiving from the city for the shelter. So that's a very real concern for our citizens. If things aren't put in the new contract that could come up over the next several years, really relying on the person conducting the operations to have the knowledge and the experience to be able to know how to conduct that so that nothing happens is really, really important. So would also like to know, some of those findings are very, very concerning, are the payroll illegalities, the lost over $20,000. Will those findings go to someone who is authorized to determine if there should be any other action, legal action, or any way, shape, or form that should be investigated into some of those findings that prove to be very concerning and bordering, if not illegal? So, thank you.
All right. Well, it's time to go home. We're adjourned.